Hello? Ooh, oh boy. There we go. Hello! Got me Aiden, got me nothing, for the name's nothing brief. How's everybody doing? Who? How's everybody doing today on this Sunday afternoon? Yeah. I just woke up, like, from like an hour ago, and I just finished eating breakfast, so it might take me a little bit to get back into things, but yeah. Um, I went to sleep at like 3, 4 a.m. in the morning, and then I woke back up like a few hours later. So I just decided that it would probably be a good idea to like go back to sleep. So now was about like around 7:30, 8 o'clock that I went back to sleep, and now I do feel a lot better compared to the first time that I woke up. But then I still feel like very, very tired, probably from yeah, too much playing. Wow. You said it like right as I was about to like get to it. Yeah. Because yeah, yeah. It was like after a certain point, I kind of just kind of like stopped progressing in like whatever campaign that I was doing. Dragonflight, I'm pretty sure it was. And then I just started like trying to like start collecting mounts to start, because on one hand I was like playing I was leveling up my rogue, and then I started to get tired of just like walking everywhere, and then I figured, okay, let me like hop off and then like go like go like start collecting a flying mount with my one character that can already fly, but then it's not really gonna matter all too much in the end, because I'm gonna have to level up those characters to level 20 anyway in order to fly, unless I also do Dragonflight, speedrun like those missions with the other characters. But yeah, so that was like my night yesterday, just kind of like playing WoW, like almost all day when I wasn't like doing something else in the middle of the day, and then also I'm gonna keep playing it again after we finish the stream. So that for sure I'm gonna do. But yeah, because I just need to catch up. I want to do like all the like fun raid stuff, because it's been so long since I played an MMO. Just like completely, You can you can put this on while we talk with it. Yeah, yeah. We had to stay on here now. But yeah, because I can't remember the last time that I like really sat down to play an MMO. It easily had to have been like back in like 2020 or 2021. And that was like before like it got like effectively bullied off of like Final Fantasy 14 by like rude like random players. And then so I will definitely give that game another shot at this point, but then now might as well just like focus only on WoW until the time comes. But yeah. Let me see what else was there, because I haven't really been doing anything else since then, right? Because I've only been like starting my 4 characters. My rogue, my mage, my priest, and my death knight. And then I do already feel tempted to like make a paladin, like I was recommended by Babo. Um and it's just trying to see like how like tanking with them feels. Because everybody that I have is pretty much a damage dealer, right? Because like Death Knight can tank, but I feel like they're not the best for it. They probably don't have their own like sustain. And then yeah, Paladin. Oh yeah, I could do that for the Paladin, because my priest character is already Praeden. So yeah, and my one female character so far is Maiden. So like after like the very first like character I made, which was like Daden, which is supposed to be like I like in my mind I was thinking dark elf. So, like no, they're called night elves. I think dark elf is like something else. So I got like the race wrong anyway for my first character. So it's like Daden, Maiden, Praeden, and then who's the last one? Oh, like Raiden. Like I don't know because there's a panda like Death Knight, and there's this thing. You might as well just like make it sound like the Mortal Kombat character, even though if I have like no stake in the series, like there's nothing else I could do. Is like Panda Daiden, as like that doesn't really roll off the tongue too much because I'm using like the Panda class for the Death Knight character. So yeah, but yeah, so then Paladin, like maybe I could do that for that character. I think there was like something else that I was going to another name that I was thinking to that I came up with yesterday, but of course lack of sleep like made me forget what my wanted my naming convention for that to be. I think it was like Paladin, and then because was there like any other like classes I really wanted to do? Because there's like warrior, there's demon hunter. When I finally make like my one like horde character, because so far everybody has been alliance, right? But definitely for that one, I was going to be like Hayden, so which like works out very well. It like sounded like hating, it's like hating Horden, like and then like all that. But yeah, I'll probably have to like just like bring up the like class creation menu at some point, and then just like have that jog my memory, because I'm sure that once I see it again I'll know for sure. But yeah, but for the most part I was doing my best to also try to just like play like completely vanilla like to start, like with no mods or anything, because I just want to like get used to everything first. But then once I started like mount collecting, I felt firsthand how tedious it was gonna be to like do that without like TomTom and like the waypoints and stuff like that. It's like, oh my god. So I just like downloaded that, and funnily enough I actually did like I spent most of my time hunting the mount that Babs did one time on stream, which is for the long lost forgotten Gryffindor, or like something like that, which is like the one where you have to like just run around the map like finding like 5 purple crystals to activate. Luckily it only took me like 25 minutes honestly after I downloaded the mods for the waypoints, but it was still kind of like very tedious to like just going like point to point, just making sure it's like okay, then like just trying to make sure that I don't like miss anything, yeah. But like everything else that I want to like collect needs you to be like higher level, or to like start a certain expansion that I don't want to just like do just yet, like with like the Mist of Pandoria, and there's like I want to get like the Azure Dragons and all like the Flying Serpent mounts, but then that one I need to actually like start the expansion and like go over there first. And then there's also like another one like in the Shadowlands too that I want to get for like I think it's like a pretty cool I think land mount. There's also one for the Emerald Dream that's over in the Dragon Isles too. But those ones you need to be like certain levels in order to do, which none of my characters are at right now. So yeah, so like that's all of that. But I'm honestly just like excited to like catch up to everybody, and then just like be able to like join in on like the group contents, because I never really got to like experience like big group content like that back when I was like playing MMOs in the first place. Yeah, because I was only ever doing like the small like dungeons before in Final Fantasy 14. I never got the chance to actually do like a big raid before, so it'll be a first for me. So yeah, so that's like my whole like entire like WoW spiel, and I don't think there's like anything else I can like really see. Yeah. Oh, other than like the fact that WoW is like the game that made me break my like my login streaks for all of my gacha games. So all of that is like resetting overnight, and I'm like, you know what, that's okay, because it's only gonna be for like one day. It's not gonna hurt too much, But yeah. Uh, every single time I like get into a new game, I wanna say, I always like go so overboard with playing that like I pull like near like all-nighters, you know? Like playing them for that day. Because this has happened like so many other times with other games too that I've talked about even on stream. Um, I can't remember what the last game that was that like I did that for, or just I was staying up all night and like almost, and then just like playing that. Yeah. Akaneiro no Machi. Akaneiro no Machi. Okay. Yeah. So now that was all I wanted to talk about. I hope everybody else has had like a good weekend. And it has something else like keeping you up at night, you know? Positive, hopefully, and not like negative. Okay, what happened? Oh yeah, we fought and defeated like 3 servants. Since this Holy Grail War has already started. So then, things are definitely moving like really quickly. Oh right, I forgot about like that like weird dream that we had. Hey, there you go. Like more points for Sakura. An odd reaction. Yep. Okay. It's hot. How did this happen? I took myself in, closed my eyes, and said goodnight. But the next thing I knew, everything was red. It's hot. Mom woke me up before the noise did. Vivi, hello! I hope your weekend has been going pretty good so far. Happy Sunday to you too. It was so bright, even though it was still nighttime. Dad picked me up, then ran down the burning hallway. It was hard to breathe. I heard Mom's voice behind me. She told Dad not to go on his own. He ruffled my hair and told me to wait outside. I nodded and did what he said. Whoa, it hurts. Outside was the same as inside. Everyone was all red and my eyes hurt. So I closed my eyes and ran, trying to find somewhere that wasn't so hot. When I turned back to look, my house was already gone. It must be punishment for not following directions. My eyes hurt. I cry while I walk. I know I have to go home and wait, but I don't know where home is anymore. I stop covering my face with my hand and look up. I come face to face with it all for the first time. The town is burning in the distance. Very relaxing weekend. No classes till next year. Nice! Oh yeah, like part of the reason why I was also late just starting to stream today is because Mrs. Reef is like was starting her finals. So then she's also like taking care of like her last like college classes right now. But like she's done with like the exam, so it's just like finishing up the papers now. So like I had to go ahead to like start streaming. So yeah. So after this, she'll be free as well. Nothing. Just talking about you. But yeah. Um so it's an exciting time for everybody, like finish up your classes. This all happened 10 years ago. The flames burning far away are so distant, not physically, but in time. My skin hurts. My throat burns with every breath. If you mention Mrs. Reef, she is summoned. My body creaks with each movement of life. She's also doing like much better, like physically too. Like her sickness is like really has run its course. So then she's practically recovered. There's still like some lingering, like effects, I guess you could say. But then otherwise, hopefully after today, she'll be like all like better. When I try to run away, my ankles twist, caught on something heavy like shackles. Even as a child, I somehow intuit that the death of everyone around me is dragging my living self down with them. It's still hot. I clawed at my throat, my nails scratching it red. Ooh! Each breath I suck in inflicts stabbing pain on my burned esophagus. No, I'm not sick. My eyeballs stop working, my brain begins to steam in my skull. It's hot. And it's like Samui. It's hot. So hot. Hot, hot, hot. Hot, 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 hot. Whoa! What was that? I remember. This is hot. Awfully hot. But it's cold. Terribly cold. Average day in Texas? Past the boiling point and back to freezing temperature. My burning blood has already hardened and stopped. Everything I see is backwards. And it's hot. Now Samui is cold. It's like, I think it is like Atsui or something like that. So it's cold. That's why it's so cold. I'm losing my, so hot. I'm losing my mind. Ooh. However, what was the cause of it all? That's freaky looking. Is that the altar for like the Holy Grail? Wow. Wish I was in Texas right now. It's 20 degrees here. Ooh. Ooh, that's cold. Wow. I think it's still like above 40 degrees for us over here, down in the southeast part. Yeah. Only mid 80s, thankfully. In December. Man. There was a black sun in the sky. Didn't feel especially strange to me that the sun was out at night, or that it was black. After all, everything was crazy. It felt normal next to everything that was going on. And yet, I ran away. I was so scared. The fire around me wasn't scary. Compared to that black shadow, getting burned to death felt only human, only natural. So I ran. I knew that if it caught me, it would take me someplace even scarier. Ooh. Whoa. I look up at the sky in daze. I know it'll rain eventually, and I slowly lower my upraised hand. Usually the weather likes playing a joke, and it'll be in the 60s or 50s for the last bit of December, except Christmas Day will be like 90 degrees. Uh, but the past couple of years, our Christmas days have been like on the hotter side, for sure on the East Coast. So then it's probably gonna be like the same thing this year again too. But that being said, this past week has been like pretty darn cold. Even like the start of November was also like really cold too. But then you never know, right? So yeah. Slowly, I open my eyelids. Not quite fully awake, I stare at my bedroom in a daze. I like the first stream better, where like Tosca was a vampire. Still lying on my back, I feel relief. How many years has it been since I woke up from a dream feeling relieved? I murmur aloud, still feeling the heat on my cheeks. A long time ago, this nightmare used to haunt me and make me cry out at night. It happened 10 years ago. The memories are still fresh back then. Every time I went to sleep, I would find myself wandering in that inferno. I never imagined that I'd forget about it, especially while I was in a dream. When I fell asleep, it would all become real again. The sky that day, the burnt odor in the air, and the inescapable wall of fire. Even now, I think that hasn't changed. But it isn't as raw anymore. With time, wounds heal, and memories dull. For some that take years. For me, that takes minutes. Over the last few years, all I really see when I dream about the fire is colored red. Why would it come back again in vivid detail, even down to the smell of ash in the air, after all this time? And what was that? I don't know what that thing was, nor do I remember it. In fact, I didn't even see it. I want to throw up. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. A circuit breaker flips in my body and tells me not to think about it any further. I'm drenched in sweat because of the nightmare. I don't want my sheets to soak it up and get all gross. Plus my brain is in a fog. My arms feel sluggish. In fact, I can't put any strength into them, and I can't even get up. Damn it. Even talking is a challenge. I slowly bring my hand to my face and realize it's pretty warm. That's a surprise. This is the first time I've ever caught a cold. I've lost count of the number of times I've been battered and bruised, but I've never gotten a common cold before. Yeah, like pretty regular thing to happen, you know? Yeah, that makes sense. I can't think straight, so it's little wonder I'd have a dream or two. Whoa, 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 wait, what am I lying around for? I frantically sit up. Then, I check under the covers. There's hardly the time to be worrying about feeling sluggish or tired. If anything happened, then I need to run to the bathroom in the morning and destroy the evidence. My first priority is to purify myself and then exercise my right to silence. To be frank, Shiro's stock in the Emiya household is in freefall. This is like the horniest route by far, for sure. Thank God. My entire body is drenched in sweat, but there isn't really anything else off about it. There's no way I went to school while I was asleep, and I've never done anything that crazy with Tosuka. My subconscious went there all on his own. After all, I'm still in the clothes I was wearing when I went to bed, and Saber's been in the room next door the entire time. I sigh in palpable relief. At once, the tension drains from my body, and I dramatically fall back on the floor. I just came back and it looks like something yucky happened. Donald, hello, good afternoon. Let's not focus on that. How you been? How's your weekend been? I hear Saba's voice behind the sliding door. See? Even that was enough to get her attention, so it had to be a dream. Yep, a dream. It was absolutely, positively a dream. If it wasn't, then I don't know how I'll look Tosuka in the eye ever again. You should tell her about the dream, Shiro. Saber looks puzzled. Now, I'm thinking my lucky stars that was only a dream, but now I have to confront a different trial. I feel slow and I can't even stand up, so how am I supposed to make breakfast?
37度6分。シローが風邪ひくなんて珍しいわね。
She casually gives me my diagnosis, thermometer in one hand. I already figured that was the case, so it doesn't come as a surprise. But a cold would make me feel this heavy, huh?
それで、痛いとこは他にある？喉が痛いとか、頭痛いとか。
いや、別にそういうのはないよ。 体が重くて熱っぽいだけなんだけど、おかしいかな。
For some reason, I always notice you guys are streaming when I'm in the middle of a favorite album jam session. Ah,
うん。
it's always
痛い
around
と
that
ころ
time,
が
huh?
ないんならその方がいいかな。あ、けどシロは我慢しちゃう子だから気づいてないだけかもしれないか。うん。念のため他の薬も用意しとく。
Even Shiro got sick in game, huh? Fujine takes some cold medication and cough drops out of the first aid box. She's an old hand at patching up lacerations and the like, but it looks like she isn't used to treating illnesses like this.
サンキュー、藤ね。それとごめん。朝飯作れそうにない。
I'm gonna like steal some of
バ
Mrs.
カな
Reef's
こと言
tea
って
that
な
I
い
made for
の。
her. Hang on.
シロと朝ごはんどっちが大切だと思ってんのよ。セイバーちゃんが呼んでくれたからよかったものの、いつも通りご飯作ってたら本当に雷落としたんだから。
She growls in sincere anger. Saber. She's right, obviously.
それとご飯なら心配いらないからね。さくらちゃんがおかゆ作ってくれたから、お腹が減ったら食べなさい。
Sakura made okayu? Whoa, Nekomata?
さくらがおかゆ？
She must be feeling better then.
さくら、体の方はいいのか？俺より辛そうだったじゃないか。
I always want to randomly decide, yeah, I have to listen to this whole thing right now. And then... Celestia's coming.
はい。ちゃんと熱は引きましたから、心配はいりません。
I took your fever, Sakura. You better take me later.
夜も怖くなかったし、ぐっすり眠れちゃいました。これも先輩が見てくれたおかげです。
Oh, that's good. I thought it would take longer, but I'm relieved that it took her only a night to recover.
そっか、忘れてた。昨日はさくらちゃんが風邪ひいてたんだっけ。
そうだけど、なんだよ。その顔、すごく横島な感じがするんでやめてくれ。
もしかしてシロ、さくらちゃんの風が移るような真似しちゃったの？
はあ？さくらの風が移るってどうしてさ？
Burunya.
あれ？わからない？さくらちゃんの熱は下がってるんでしょ？ならシロがなんかしたんじゃないの？昔から風邪は人に移すと治るって言うし。
I look at Sakura, not understanding. Finally, I realized what Fujine's running her mouth off about.
バカかあんた。昨日は熱上がって薬出しただけだ。冗談でもそういうの気にしたしない。泊まってくれたさくらに失礼じゃんか。
Whenever I see that one face. Yeah, that's just Fujine. I feel myself blushing furiously. I imagine my 37-degree fever just climbed to 38.
なんてね、わかってるわよそんなの。シロにはそんな解消ないもんね。
それはそれでムカつくけど、誤解が解けたんだ。それでいい。
よしよし。それじゃ欠席届は出しとくから、今日はゆっくり休んでること。セバちゃん、シロをよろしくね。
I'll be in good hands.
この子ほっとくと何でもしちゃうから、布団に縛り付けておいて。
元よりそのつもりです。シロが起き出さぬよう監視をし、食事を与えればいいのですね。
うわ、なんか物騒な言い回しだけど間違ってないからいっか。セイバーちゃん、その通りにお願い。
Don't call me that Whole Foods apron lady. It is a good color on her though. Saber nods. Is it just me, or did I just get a vague feeling of danger?
じゃあセイバーちゃんの言うことちゃんと聞いて、私たちが帰ってくるまでお
Or
となしく
Sakura
して
da.
るのよ。夕ご飯は精のつくもの買ってきてあげるから、それまでに体を治しておくこと。
Fujine nods with a smile at the impossible mission she's giving me. Behind her, Sakura looks downcast. She looks like she wants to say something that's weighing on her mind. Fujine waves goodbye and leaves for work. I see Fujine off, then go back to bed. All I did was go from my bedroom to the porch, but the effort made me so short of breath I collapsed right back into bed. My fever isn't that high, but evidently I'm physically exhausted. I thought those bears were IRL. It wouldn't be unusual since it's like 80 degrees outside for you, but I doubt there's like probably too many trees for them to like just like roost in, you know? They did sound realistic, yeah. It's not the first time it's happened with like these face streams either. Like the background sound effects are way too realistic. Fujine is right. I won't be able to do much until I recover my strength in bed. Then, there's a tree right outside my window. Ah, okay. For me, the big old tree is like to the front and side of the house, but not on the one like on my side. Sakura comes to my room, even though it's already past 7:30.
Sakura? どうした? もう7時半だぞ。そろそろ登校しないと間に合わないんじゃないか。
Sakura awkwardly avoids meeting my gaze. Just as I notice that she's making the same expression as earlier when she looked like she wanted to say something.
先輩、私、ここに残っちゃいけませんか?
Sometimes I'll be listening to music and I hear ambulance sirens, but they're real, and they also fit with the music too. Yeah, sometimes that like happens with me with like they're like sirens inside of songs, especially too. And it's like, is that coming from outside or is that like part of the song? So I always have to like double check or like double take whenever it happens. She looks up and asks me a question. She means staying home from school, right?
もしかして、Sakuraもまだ熱があるのか?
I said I'll listen to the song later and won't have the siren. I'm like, what? Yeah.
熱はもう引いてます。ただ、その。
She hesitates, like it's hard to say. She does still look pale, and it isn't reasonable to expect her to fully recover overnight after how bad she looked yesterday.
そっか。Sakuraも風邪気味だったもんな。けど大丈夫か? 欠席届とか出さないで。
はい。ズルしちゃおうかなって。
Hooky. She means skipping class by pretending to be sick?
なんでさ、Sakuraは風邪ひいてるんだから別にずる休みってわけじゃないだろう。熱があるなら部屋で寝てないといけないんだから。
ですから、私の体はいいんです。
I understand even less now. Do you not love playing hooky? Hooks are my favorite pastime, you know? What is Sakura trying to say?
そのですね。先輩が風邪をひいたのって私のせいだと思うんです。
They dingled down to hold you up high.
なんだ。
They gotta hurt though. That's the only thing.
大丈夫。そんなことはないって。俺、最近は夜になると散歩しててさ。それで勝手に風邪ひいたんだよ。
それでもいいです。その、私は元気で、昨日のお礼というか、先輩の看病がしたいので、ズルしちゃいたいんです。
She doesn't want to leave me alone to save her. Apparently, Sakura feels responsible for my illness. If I'm being honest, I would feel better having her around. Saber needs to sleep, and it would be easier for me if Sakura could prepare the medicine.
先
それじゃあ頼む、さくら。
そうですよね。先輩にはセイバーさんがいるし、私が残っても何も。って先輩？
うん、だから看病を頼むよ、さくら。
Sorry, I had to interject with my spongetism at this sound of the word hook. I have to every time. Oh, that was from SpongeBob? I don't know.
私ですよね。
そうだよ。セイバーも時差ボケでさ、昼間は眠ってるんだ。情けないんだが、さくらが昼飯とか作ってくれると助かる。
Sometimes it's hard to fight through jet lag, I will say. Like, it took me like an entire month one time to finally adjust to a new time zone, when I traveled before in the past. So, I know.
私、精一杯頑張りますね、先輩。
Classic SpongeBob Season 1 episode? Hooky? Ah. I didn't even know that. Sakura's expression transforms into a sunny smile. Her earlier nervousness gone. Yeah. A smile looks better on her face. Time passes. It's now 10 a.m. I feel much better since eating Sakura's porridge. Sakura's okayu. The sluggishness I felt this morning is gone. It doesn't impede my movement, and I think I could go to school if I wanted. However, I wonder if this wasn't a cold after all, but maybe the result of serious malnutrition. Just as I make to get out of bed.
ダメです。先輩、熱が下がるまで絶対安静ですからね。
Do not mess with her. Sakura rushes over and pushes me down. And Sakura seems so enthusiastic. She made me breakfast, and I still feel pretty slow, so I decide to stay lying down. After feeding me okayu, she leaves, saying she has something else to do. Peter the ghost, see through. Her memory is haunting me. It's like she's still there. Saber's resting in the living room. She was kneeling in the corner of my room until just earlier, but it was making me nervous, so I asked her to move to the living room. She protested, naturally, but I convinced her to take up a different guard post just for today.
失礼します。お体の調子はどうですか、先輩？
It's like I could still hear Eden. What do you mean? It's like, it's too much time to set up that joke. It's okay.
おかげさまで良くなってるよ。体のだるさはまだあるけど、熱はもう下がってる。
A lot. Oh, right.
よかった。それじゃあもうお薬はいりませんね。あとは美味しいものを食べてゆっくり休んでいれば安心です。
Sakura goes into the room next door and brings out a new futon.
さくら、何してんだ？
何って新しいお布団ですよ。先輩はずっと汗をかいてたんですから、そろそろ変えないといけないかなって。
She lays out the futon next to mine, patting it flat in a practiced motion. To my surprise, there isn't any dust at all.
はい、用意できました。どうぞ先輩、こちらに移ってください。あ、その前に着替えですね。私はお布団を干してきますから、新しい寝巻きに着替えておいてください。
After the futon, Sakura brings out a stack of clean sleepwear. Such flawless nursing. This goes beyond mere experience or thoughtfulness.
きっと遺伝子にそういうスキルが備わってるんだ。
先輩、何か言いました？
言った。不謹慎だけど、さくらが休んでくれてよかったって。正直、さくらのことを見直しちまった。
当然ですよ。もうじき1年半ですからね。 先輩のお家のことはちゃんと分かっているんです。
She's so proud of herself. Sakura proudly puffs out her chest. Her confidence and positivity feels infectious.
そっか。
Ah,
じゃ布団は任せた。ここは行為に甘えて病人らしく言うこと聞いてる。
so I'm just gonna like imagine like Shiro just like rolling over into the new bed because it's still too much trouble to like stand up.
任せてください。布団を干し終わったらリンゴ剥いてきますから、期待して待っていてくださいね。
Sakura goes into the hallway, carrying the futon I've been sleeping in.
うわ、一気に全部持っていったな、さくら。
Impressed by her high spirits, I change into the pajamas she brought me. Now then. I dry myself off with a towel, change into clean pajamas, and obediently get back into bed to wait for Sakura. How long is this all taking, I wonder? Sakura peels me an apple as promised. I enjoy snacking on it, and...
もう無理は禁物ですよ、先輩。
she scolds me even though I feel better now, so I lie back down.
で、セイバーが手伝ってくれたのか。
何もしていないのも疲れるからって、おかげで客間のお掃除もできて助かりました。
そっか。雑巾を絞るセイバーってのも見たかったな。こうダダーッと客間の廊下を雑巾がけしたのか。
はい、2人で一緒に頑張りました。セイバーさん、これはこれで参考になるなんてこと言ってましたけど。
Sakura smiles, looking slightly troubled. She might have gotten used to Saber, but she still seems to be getting used to dealing with her.
うん。ともあれご苦労様。けど、あんまり無理するなよ。さくらだって病み上がりなんだ。俺の世話だけでも大変なんだから、掃除まですることないぞ。
そんなことありません。ここで朝を過ごして夕方もご飯を食べさせてもらっているんです。ならお掃除をするのは当然ですよ。私だってそのこの家の一員なんですから。
Sakura mumbles under her breath, not wanting to sound rude by wishing it was true.
そうだった。俺もさくらも藤姉も家族みたいなもんだった。
先輩、
遠慮して悪かった。家族なら看病ぐらい当然だもんな。俺だってさくらが倒れたらどんなに嫌がられても看病する。だから遠慮なんてする方がバカだったんだ。
I apologize. The conversation stops. After a moment's surprise during which Sakura held her breath,
はい、分かってもらえたのならいいです。先輩はちょっと人のことを大切にしすぎだと思います。
she smiles happily and straightens out my sheets for me. It made me realize something, finally. How beautiful this house is. The reason we've been tending to the unused rooms without even really thinking about it, how lively and lived in it feels, just like when my old man was still around. My underclassmen at school, my friend's little sister. That's what Sakura was to me when we first met, but she's been protecting this home even more than I have. For the last year and a half, the days were truly peaceful. I took it for granted so much that I never noticed. Sakura brought me and Fujine something that we never could have obtained on our own. Absently, I look up at Sakura. Maybe it's because I still have a slight fever, or because Sakura looks so happy taking care of me. When I see her smile, it warms me up inside and makes me sleepy. Huh, I'm pretty sleepy. It feels nice. I feel bad for sleeping until lunchtime, but for now, I think I'll close my eyes and...
けど先輩、私は先輩のそういうところが大好きです。
I think she just said something that would set my heart aflutter.
さくら。
先輩、起きてたんですか？
You should have waited until his eyes are closed. Amateur move, Sakura. She backs away from me in a panic. If she reacts like that, it only makes me blush. In fact, I'm worried I'm going to spike another fever.
その、さくら。
何も言ってません。私、何も言ってませんから。顔を覗き込んだのはですね。熱、そう、熱を測ろうって思ったんです。
She hastily takes out the thermometer and looms over me.
先輩、体温計です。熱を測りますから、加えてください。
The thermometer inches threateningly towards me, its holder losing her composure. I feel something squishy. It only brushed me, but it was Sakura's chest. My brain reaches its boiling point. Sanity begins to crack under the strain of forbidden memories springing back to mind, and the sensation of an all too real female. The phrasing gun.
待てさくら、ちょっとたま。
I make a last-ditch effort to roll out of bed. My body slides out of the futon. My first priority is to get away from away from Sakura.
先輩、お熱を測りたいんですけど。
Aiden, I only hear the auto right now because I'm doing dailies. Please go easy on these anime girls. Jeez. Is that my fault? Is this all Shiro being just like him?
はい、それぐらい自分でやるから、さくらはそこでストップ。
先輩がそう言うのでしたらいいですけど。はい、それじゃあ体温計。
ダメ
No!
頼むから落ち着かせてくれ。今近づかれると昨日の夢がぶり返して死んじまう。
Why would you say that? Like, I make a stop sign gesture. My face beat red. But
昨日の夢ですか？
must be acting really weird because Sakura suddenly gives me a dubious look.
その、たちの悪い夢を見たんだ。できれば思い出したくないんで、今はそっとしといてくれ。言っとくけど、さくらが悪いわけじゃないぞ。俺が修行不足なだけだ。
はあ、修行不足ですか？
Am I still in a dream right now? Snake Eater? Sakura watches me vacantly. Anyone would, after hearing something like that.
先輩、その夢、一体どんな夢だったんですか？
I wonder if she'll know something about, like, the fire of Fuyuki, you know? Like, hell can answer that.
別にそう大した夢じゃない。ただ、たちが悪かっただけだ。
先輩。
Oof. Sakura's eyes became concerned. I can't lie to her, but I also can't tell her the truth. So I won't lie. There's no helping it now. I have no choice. It's not like there's like any consequence, it looks like. Yeah. Bitter Sakura, cold smile. Uh-oh. That's what that's called? Uh-oh. If we tell her the truth? I would've just told her about, like, the fire nightmare. But, clearly, Shino is just too, like, much of a dummy to, like, play it off smartly. I'll tell her the facts without giving away too much.
先輩、誰が出てきたんですか？
My parents.
いや、出てきたのは遠坂だけなんだが。
This hurts too much. She immediately lures me into spilling the beans.
そうですか。そういえば、この前ここに来たんでしたっけ、遠坂先輩。
うん。すぐに帰ったけど、手当てしてもらった。
わかりました。
Whoa!
それじゃあ体温計、ここに置いていきますね。
I've never seen her look like that before. Whoa. Whoa, okay. Sakura sets the thermometer down on the floor and walks to the bedroom door with heavy steps.
お昼の支度がありますから、失礼します。支度が済んだら呼びに来ますから、それまで休んでいてください。
I hate this, man. Also, gotta like, oh no, it's all fine now. There we go. Yeah, wiggle test. Oh, this did disconnect though. Why did you do that? Alright, I'll get. She shuts the door with a soft thud. The sound of her departing footsteps feels colder than usual. Okay, we're still on here. Huh? I feel like all of this is determined by like what choice you did like beforehand, right?
ごちそうさまでした。
We mutually thank our cook.
お粗末様でした。先輩もセイバーさんも綺麗に食べてくれましたね。
Sakura starts cleaning up. On the dining table are a clay pot, 3 bowls, and all the garnishes she would need for udon.
あ、片付けは俺がやる。熱も下がったし、それぐらいしないと。
そうですか。それじゃあ体力検査ということでお願いしちゃいますね。洗い物は私がやりますから、先輩は食器運びとテーブル周りの後片付けをやっちゃってください。
Sakura puts on her apron and moves to the kitchen. I'll bring the clay pot and bowls over then.
シロ、体は大丈夫なのですか？熱は下がったと聞きましたが、顔色はまだ悪いではないですか？
ね、何？顔青いのか、俺。
いいえ、青いというのではなく悪いのです。マスター、魔術師にとって生命線ともいえる魔力が不足している。昨夜の戦闘ではシローに負担をかけた覚えはありませんが、あの境内そのものに魔力を吸い上げる仕掛けがあったのかもしれません。
Now that she mentioned it, Ryudo Temple did feel off somehow. All the people inside were weakened, so maybe Caster set up a bounded field to drain life energy from humans inside.
ま、体は元気になったから問題ないさ。魔力だって栄養を取れば戻る。俺の魔力量なんてたかが知れてるんだから、ちゃんと夕飯を食べれば戻るだろう。
当事者であるあなたがそう言うのなら、これ以上追求しませんが。まったく、さくらの言う通りです。シローはどうも自分のことをないがしろにしている節がある。
Saber stacks the 3 bowls while saying that.
さくらに渡せばいいのですね。そちらの鍋も私が運びますから、シローはテーブルを拭いていてください。
She heads to the kitchen without waiting for my reply.
さくら、食器はここに。
あれ、セイバーさん。あ、はい。洗い物はそこに置いといてください。
なるほど。それとさくら、先ほどの昼食は美味でした。朝に続いて感謝します。
私なんてまだまだです。おかゆとおうどんは先輩の独壇場ですからね。
I hear a cheerful conversation from the kitchen.
なんだ、さくらのやつ、セイバーと仲いいじゃんか。
Maybe they hit it off when they were cleaning up after breakfast. Anyway, it's good to see them get along.
じゃ、 食後のお茶の準備でもしてるかな。
I place a small teapot and tea leaves on the table. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's a perfect time for an after lunch break. Aye. So, we're gonna get points for this, huh? I will relax in front of the TV. Just take it easy, you know? I should take it easy and relax after a meal. Huh. Apparently, that's not like the best thing that I can do. I have a snack? That gives me points with,
そうだ。じゃ、食後のお茶の準備でも。
with, Sakura.
そういえば。
Oh, of course, and I get to meet Ilya again if I go up there. Ooh. Ooh. Probably I get something different if, like, I don't hang out with her the first day, right? I forgot after all the confusion this morning, but I have a promise to keep to Ilya. I did promise her. This one's tough. I think we have to be like a good older brother, you know? As much as we have to like take care of ourselves, I think I'll like see her. Okay, it wasn't exactly a promise, but I'm the one who asked if I could see her again, so it would be really rude not to wait at the park for her.
セイバーとサクラは
Getting along just fine doing dishes. If I tell them I'm stepping out, they'll either stop me or try to come with me. It's better if I go meet Ilya alone. I'm sorry to say we're in Sakura, but I'll just leave a note and sneak out. Somehow, I left without them noticing. I did leave a note saying picking up food for dinner back in an hour, so they shouldn't be too surprised. Because I really haven't had much time to like spend with Ilya, you know? Back in the past 2 routes. I didn't have time when she kidnapped us.
やっぱりいないか。
There's nobody at the park. The small park surrounded by apartment buildings feels forlorn. It's so chilly it feels as if it could get thoroughly covered in snow soon.
ま、イリアがいたところで何話していいかわからないんだけどさ。
I sit down on a bench. I set the plastic bag I'm holding on the ground and look up at the overcast sky. Looks like the small souvenir I bought from this shopping district was a waste. I absently gaze up at the clouds. Maybe it's because of all the buildings around. From here, the sky looks boxed off and more distant than usual.
寒い。
My breath mists white. The cold, dry air is freezing, and I wouldn't be surprised if it started snowing.
さて、帰るか。
I pick up the plastic bag and stand up from the bench. It's after 2 p.m. If I don't get back soon, they'll know I was lying. My legs freeze. I can't move them. No matter how hard I try, they just stay in place. Whoa. The world distorts. No, that's not what's happening. My vision is broken. My eyeballs sink into my skull, and I lose any sense of distance from my surroundings. I finally realize that I'm in the worst possible situation. It's like my insides have turned to stone. My nerves are severed, and my vision feels cut off from the world. It's like looking at the world through a camera. I become the protagonist of a video game, controlled by a joystick, and it makes me feel sick. I'm going to be killed. Was it a mistake to go out on my own? Is this how I go out? Unable to resist, not even knowing who did it?
なんてびっくりした。シロったら好きだらけなんだもん。面白いからちょっとからかっちゃった。
Good thing you don't control him with a joystick. Yeah, just the X button. This little prankster's been toying with me.
あ、戻っちゃった。さすがに視線だけの接触じゃ弾かれちゃうか。
She pops out from behind me. Ilya smiles smugly, as if she's been here the whole time at the park, watching me from behind.
けど、自分だけで解除できないんじゃ、まだまだなんだから。外部からの影響がないと自分に戻れないようじゃ、この先思いやられるわ。
Yes, Sensei. Sorry, Sensei. She lectures me haughtily. Of course, the joke goes over my head.
いや、お前いきなり何するんだ。いくらマスター同士だからって後ろから不意打ちは卑怯だろ
うん、不意打ちじゃないよ。さっきからちゃんと隣にいたもん。なのに最後まで気がつかないし、おまけにそのまま帰ろうとするし。今のはシローの自業自得よ。
隣にいたってイリアが？
うん、隠れてた。けどそれにしたってシローは油断しすぎよ。私の気配にも気づかないし、魔力をぶつけただけの呪縛にとらわれちゃうし。マスターなんだからもっと周囲に気を配りなさい。
Ilya scolds me in exasperation.
それはそうか。
It makes her feel like a teacher, and I end up nodding obediently.
わかればよろしい。で、今日はどうしたの？シロ、体の中空っぽだし、その割にはセイバーも連れてないし、休むんなら家で休んだ方が安全でしょ？
All empty inside.
い
Wow.
や、別に休むために公園に来たんじゃない。まあセイバーを連れてないのは確かに軽率だけど。
でしょ？あんまり様子が変だから放っておけなかったんだ。私から話しかけていいのは昨日でおしまいだったからダメだったんだけど、今日は特別。
Hmm? Ilya says something strange. After all, I'm only here because...
それで、どうしてこんなところで座ってたの？私がマスターとして来てたら、シロは今頃死んじゃってるよ。
どうしてってイリアに会いに来ただけなんだけど。昨日また会ってもいいって言ったじゃないか。
She's surprised. It's not like we promised to meet, so that's to be expected.
なんで？私、シロを殺すんだって言ったのに、シロは私に会いに来たの？
You know, I don't know myself. You make a good point.
それはイリアの事情だろ。こっちは違う。俺はマスターじゃないイリアと話したいだけだし。何より
Ilya had a chance to kill me, and she didn't. If she'd let the curse keep going, I probably would have died. But she didn't let that happen, so I don't want to fight her.
ま、昼間戦わないのがマスターなんだろ。なら今はそういうのは抜きにしよう。俺はイリアに会いに来ただけだ。イリアは俺と話すより殺し合いの方が好きなのか？
そんなの言われても困る。私、どっちもいっぱいだもの。シロと話せるのは楽しいけど、やっぱり許してなんてあげないんだから、どっちかを取るなんてできない。
Maybe we can be the first Holy Grail War, where the masters don't kill each other, you know? Except for whoever is killing all the other masters. In which case, we gotta get them. Ilya mumbles, looking downcast. Her expression is so sincere, it looks more like she's suffering rather than indecisive.
そっか。ならどっちでもいいよ。どっちかを選べなんて言わない。
けど、私。
ああ。けど、今はせっかく会ったんだから話をしよう。お土産もあるし。戦うのはまた今度な。
I take a paper bag of taiyaki out of the plastic bag. It cooled while I was waiting for Ilya, but it's still faintly warm.
ほら、献上品。今回はそれで見逃してくれ。
I push the taiyaki into her hands. Ilya hesitates, but still takes the taiyaki without saying anything. She gives me a small nod. I don't really remember what we talked about after that. Foods we like and dislike. She likes birds and dislikes cats. She likes snow but doesn't like the cold. She wants to play, but she can't. She doesn't like the nagging maid who keeps an eye on her, but could come to like her. Just silly stuff like that. Ilya seems happy just to have someone to talk to. She stuffs her cheek with the barely warm taiyaki and kicks her feet while sitting on the bench. It brings to mind the image of a daughter waiting for her father to come home.
イリアは一人でこの町に来たんじゃなかったのか。
Whoops.
セラとリーゼリットと一緒。私にはお目付け役なんていらないけど、
Whoop. Ah.
身の回りの世話をする人は必要でしょ。
Okay, I was like switching chat back over to to live instead of top, but okay, there we go. Ilya brought her 2 maids all the way to Japan. I understand that much, but is she having them stay in a hotel with her?
気になる？私がどこに住んでるか。
ああ、そりゃ気になる。イリアは神出鬼没だからな。居場所ぐらい知っておかないと、もしもの時困る。
Or to attack you. If Ilya ever gets hurt or calls for help, I won't know where to find her. If she could at least tell me an address, then I feel a little better about it, but...
いいわ。シロは特別。そんなに知りたいなら教えてあげる。
She agrees. Ilya lightly gets up on the bench and puts her hand on her forehead.
イリア。
On hers or mine? On my forehead.
いいから黙って。あんまり抵抗すると違うものに入っちゃうんだから。そうなったら元に戻すの大変でしょ。
はい。
Let me wirelessly send you my address. Here, give me your head. Finally, the microchip that got put into there is paying off. I reflectively nod at her stern tone.
いい子ね。じゃあ、目を閉じて。あと、あんまりキョロキョロ周りを見ちゃダメよ。いくら映すって言っても、他人の視点なんだから。シローがここにいる限り、乗り物酔いをしかねないわ。
Ilya suddenly presses her forehead against mine. I close my eyes in surprise. Suddenly, my field of view accelerates at extreme speed, then expands. No, it's my consciousness that expands. This is like a different, flow, right? Yeah, I think, but this should eventually reconnect back to this point right here. I find myself looking at a scene I've never seen, peering down from someplace high up.
どう？見える？今、シローの視覚だけを私の森につなげたんだけど。
Ilya's voice echoes. I can't answer or nod. Right now, I am only my sense of vision. I'm a tree, looking out over a vast forest. I can't move my body, because I've just been transformed to a silent tree.
道順は覚えた？それじゃあ、次は城の壁に移すわね。
The image changes. Cut off from my body, but my vision still works. I'm still me, but I can't feel myself. After the tree comes a wall. I still feel my arms and legs, but I don't have any limbs to move. I feel like I have a body I can move, but don't feel free to move.
リーゼリット、イリアスフィール様の姿が見当たりませんが、心当たりはありますか？
The maids? Whoa.
さあ、イリアならどこかにいるでしょう。
German maids, not French maids. But yes, of course.
リーゼリット、お嬢様の名をそのように語るのはおやめなさい。イリアスフィール様は私たちとは違うお方です。親方様より賜った使命を忘れたのですか？
セラはイリアの教育係。私はヘブンズフィールをイリアに着せる役。
そうです。物覚えの悪いあなたでもそれだけは覚えているようですね。
Huh. Heaven's Feel is a dress for Ilya? Whoa, okay. We're just like getting knowledge right now. Hang on, I want to like restart a VTuber model a little bit because I feel like it's like a little too much for my liking. It could be like the delay from my second monitor. But I just want to like play it safe, you know? So everything's gonna like cut off for a split second, but it's okay. Audio wise, I mean. Okay, I don't need two of those windows open. There we go. And connect right on back. Huh? It should be connecting. Hang on. Oh, what the hell? Why did this why did all this information disappear? Oh. That's inconvenient. Okay, hang on. I think it should also be in here. Yep. There we go. Wait, what? Where'd my glasses go? Oh. Wait, I can take out my glasses? I actually never knew that. I think I'm like all good now. Wow. I forgot I could take off my glasses in this like entire time. Also, I have teeth. Whoa. I like never noticed that before. I like it's like, and I like was the one who also helped put all of this together. I like never. I don't think my teeth has ever been visible like up until now, but now that like I see it, it's like there now. Like, huh? I'm like still mesmerized. Sorry. Yeah. I just like inexplicably like updated my model like midstream.
忘れてないけど、イリアあれを着せると嫌がるからあまり着せたくない。
それは私も承知しています。ですが、時が来れば嫌でも着ていただかなくてはなりません。私たちはそのために作られた。
Are the maids a monkey light too?
お嬢様とてすでに覚悟はできているはずです。
セラ、
何ですかリーゼリット。
あなた疲れない？
全く疲れません。
I hear two maids with the same face and outfit talking. As soon as I realized they're the caretakers Ilya mentioned, I finally returned to my body.
ご苦労様。どう？ちょっとした変身魔術だったでしょ今の。
I put my hand over my mouth and fight down the nausea. Everything suddenly became more real when the images suddenly became my own again, and it makes me feel sick.
エリア、今のなんだ？
意識の転移よ。シローの視覚だけを他のものに移したの。眼球から脳につながる神経があるでしょ。それをね、眼球からじゃなくて違うものから脳につなげたの。さっきの間だけシローの視界は眼球から得られる情報じゃなくて、私の森の木々から見た情報を見てたってこと。
つまり俺が木になったんじゃなくて、木の視界を俺が受信しちまって、自分自身が木なんだって勘違いしたってことか。
あら、物分かり悪そうで鋭いのね。ええ、今のはそういうこと。人間っていう機材はそのままにして入力先だけを移し替える魔術。人間を木に変えるなんてことは大事だけど、人間の意識だけを木につなげるならまだ魔術の域でしょ。遠見とか憑依はこの魔術の応用ね。
なるほど。けどそれはそれでとんでもないぞ。さっきみたいに木に視覚を移されただけで俺は何もできなくなった。転移は相手を無力化する攻撃としても使えるんじゃないか。
You could probably just break out of it pretty easily.
私たちの特性は力の流動、転移だもの。例えば遠坂の魔術師は魔力を宝石に移し替えて、かついつまでも純度を保っていられる。その応用で他人の意識を力技で転移することもできるわ。封じ込めたいって思った敵がいた場合、そいつの意識の入力先を宝石の中とか身動きできない人形の中に変えてしまえば、そいつは無力化する。でも他人の意識にかける転移は成功率が低すぎて、転移を得意とする私や遠坂の魔術師でさえ攻撃になんて使わないかな。
Interesting. Okay.
さっきシローにかけたのは特別。シローは抵抗しなかったし、あの森は私のだもん。本当はもっとつなげにくいものなんだよ。それに意識が転移先に移っている最中に意識の本体に刺激が与えられれば、意識は強制的に戻ってしまう。たとえ移された意識が本体の危機を察していなくても、肉体が危険を感じて離れている意識を呼び戻すの。さっきのシローだってそうだよ。シローの意識は木をかぶってる間は自分からは何もできなかったけど、シローの体をゆすっただけで体の方がシローを呼び戻した。
それって要するに夢みたいなもんか。
When I dream, I can't wake up on my own no matter how hard I try. Most of the time, I wake up when the morning arrives. In other words, my body's habitual functions wake me up.
ちょっと違うかな。夢からはちゃんと理性で目覚められるし。
So skill issue for Shiro.
そんなわけだから転移は攻撃には向いてない。自分にかける自己保身のための魔術なの。自分の意識の転移先を使い魔や身動きできる人形にしてしまえば、その体を動かして安全に魔導の探求を行えるでしょ。
つまり敵にリモコンロボットである使い魔を倒されたところで、自分の意識は本体に戻るだけってことか。
ええ、意識を転移させるなんてことをする魔術師は本体を絶対安全な場所に隠すものよ。この場合注意すべきは、使い魔の中でも魂のある使い魔への転移の場合ね。ちゃんとした命令系統、理性を持っているものに意識を転移すると、主導権は完全にあっち側、魂のある使い魔の意識に行ってしまうの。だから人間とか動物に意識の転移をしても、私たちはその脳の端っこで 彼が見ている映像を一緒に見ているだけになる。リモコンロボットじゃなくカメラでしかないわ。
I wonder what happens if like Shido like does this with like Archer, you know? Considering that they're like almost the same person, just at different points of their lives. So like, would that amplify themselves, or would Shido just like siphon off like a lot of like Archer's like life experience, like for as long as they're connected, you know?
すでに生物として生きている
Like how he already was
魂
from
のある
just
使い
watching
魔
him.
に自分の意識を移して支配するのは転移ではなく転生の域の魔術だもの。
Reincarnation.
それはそれで一つの大魔術だから並大抵の魔術師には真似できないわ。
Reincarnation. Magecraft that lets a child inherit one's soul after death. Apparently some mages have achieved it, but recreating the soul is a challenge on its own. One might manage to start life over as a baby, but if one doesn't inherit 100% of one's abilities from one's past life, that isn't reincarnation, but mere duplication. It's a replica, an inferior copy. The baby will be inferior to the mage it was reborn from.
転移先を生物にこだわるのなら心、魂のない使い魔を作ってその殻を操るっていう手もあるわ。ただ現代の魔術師の作れる魂のない使い魔ってあんまり強くないの。中身が綿の人形を遠くから魔力で操ってるだけだもの。そんなの術者のメッセンジャーとしてしか使い道がないわ。それにいくら使い魔や身動きできる人形に意識を移しても本体が老いて死ねば転移させた自分の意識も消えてしまう。
Ah.
術者が不老不死になれるわけではないわ。物質界において永劫不滅なのは魂だけよ。けど魂を単体でこの世に留めておくことは誰にもできない。魂は肉体がないとこの世に留まれなくて、肉体を得た時点で肉体の死を宿命づけられてしまう。
Which is why in theory, demi-servants are a thing, right? And how they're able to like live on for a while, as long as they have a new body to inhabit.
まあ、アインツベルンやトーサカには今みたいな魔術が限界だったってこと。
The lecture ends. Suddenly, something rings out, announcing the time. The clock in the park reads 3 p.m. The entire hour went by before I even knew it.
あ、私そろそろ行かないと。シローも家に帰るの？
あ、そろそろ帰らないとまずいかな。
My two mates are gonna be worried too. Ilya nods, then walks into the middle of the park.
本当はこんなこと言っちゃダメなんだけど。
She pauses, as if expecting to be rejected.
明日も会いに来てくれる？
The small, white-haired girl asked me. That idiot. Do I even need to answer that?
明日も来るよ。今日はイリアの家を教えてもらったから、次は俺の番だしな。
それじゃ約束。明日は絶対私から話しかけるからね。
But Heaven's Feel is actually Ilya's route, huh? Ilya leaves. The sky is gray. It makes the white-haired girl seem like a fairy. Where have you been, Shiro?
ただいま。
どこに行っていたのですか、シロ。
どこに行っていたんですか、先輩。
I scrambled back in a hurry, running backwards into the door.
上ではありません。一人で外に出るなとあれほど言ったではないですか。それもそのように体調が悪い時に私たちの目を盗んで出かけるとは。
セイバーさんの言う通りです。 2時に戻ってくるって書き置きだったのに、今何時だか分かっていますか？先輩、2時間もどこで油を売ってたんです。
いや、待った。わかる。二人が怒っているのはわかる。わかるので少し。
If they could just take a deep breath, I should be able to explain myself.
分かってなどいません。昨日は学校に向かうというあなたの意見に従いましたが、今回は見逃すわけにはいきません。それほど元気だというのなら結構です。これから夕食までたっぷりと鍛えて差し上げましょう。
Saber brushes Sakura aside and advances on me.
はい、道場の掃除なら済んでいますから、気兼ねなく使ってください。セーバーさんの腕前を聞いていますから、先輩もきっとご満足いただけると思います。
Sakura brushes Saber aside and lets me have it. I can see now that one wrong word will add oil to fire, will cast pearls before swine, and result in nothing less than Saber calling our contract null and void.
シロ、返事は？
Wow, she looks so cool next to Saber.
先輩、返事は？
反省してる。
The door to my house spitefully refuses to let me retreat.
それでは早速行きましょうか。さくら、救急箱の用意を。
はい、どうぞ。存分にお灸を据えてあげてください。
The two of them go off into the hallway in perfect sync.
うわあ、今日の夕飯食えるのかな、俺。
It is like Shido's first time training with Saber too, so this is gonna be interesting. Nevertheless, I don't know what worse punishment will await me if I don't go along right now. All I can do now is drag myself to the dojo as ordered for a thorough education. It's been a few hours since I started training. Are we synced up again? Why are you here? Get out of my house! My sparring with Saber can't be likened to Kendo. To begin with, Saber isn't trained in Kendo. It seems like she has no intention of teaching me swordplay. No, what Saber is literally pounding into me is combat itself. She's getting me used to fighting for my life so that I'll be able to maintain my composure and physical performance in a mortal battle against another master. This was Saber's idea, and I'm extremely grateful for the crash course. I won't be able to improve my swordsmanship enough to matter in 1 or 2 days. Shido Emiya can only rely on the body he's trained until this day. If I can gain enough experience to respond to a life or death situation, that'll be the surest weapon of all.
そこ!
And, as you expect, the instant I'm distracted by my thoughts, Saber nails me squarely in the chest with a thrust from her shinai.
シロ、射程外に退避したことで気が緩むようでは話になりません。今のあなたの実力では、間合いの外も内もない。今のように気を緩めるのは、この家にいる時だけにしなければ。
すまん。確かに油断した。
I cough as I get up, rubbing the spot where she stabbed me.
シロは驚くほど鋭い時もあれば、呆れるほど隙だらけの時もある。その揺らぎをうまく制御できれば。
Suddenly, Saber looks away.
どうしたセイバー？なんかあったのか？
いえ、縁側で桜が手を振っています。どうやらシロを呼んでいるようですが。
Because we have an uninvited guest.
俺は？
I wonder why. Sakura's trying to stop our training because she couldn't bear to watch me get my butt kicked any longer. When I turned her away, she went back to the living room looking bored.
ちょっと今に行ってくるけど、いいかな、セイバー。
はい。鍛錬を始めて2時間ですから、
Ooh.
少し休憩を入れましょう。
助かる。じゃあ、ついでに茶でも入れてくるよ。
先輩。
I hurry to the living room and see Sakura standing in front of the telephone.
そのお電話です。さっきから待っていますから、どうぞ。
Sakura steps away from the phone.
電話こんな時間にか。
It would only be like 5 o'clock. Is it Fujine? I pick up the receiver, expecting her to ask me to bring her something she left at home.
どれはい、お電話変わりました。エミヤですが。
エミヤですがじゃない。
Red?
あんた何無断で学校休んでんのよ。
What? The speaker roars in my ear. Wait, did we promise to, like, talk with her too? Actually, there must be some crazy magecraft at work to make such a small speaker fill the room with her shouting.
聞いた。
Is that like a ringing sound effect? Ew, I don't like that. My ears ring and my head throbs.
ちょっと聞いてる？エミヤくん、本当に無事なんでしょうね。
聞いてる。聞いてるから、もうちょっと声を小さくしてくれ。あと1回続いたら鼓膜が破れる。
相変わらずっていうかずれてるっていうか、とにかくその様子じゃ何もなかったみたいね。
Tosuka really does feel like a stranger though, in this route compared to like anything else.
はあ、心配して損したわ。
そりゃご苦労様だったな。なんで要件はなんだよ。いきなり電話してきて、なんかあったのか。
なんかあったのはそっちでしょ。あんた昨日あれだけ忠告したのに竜道寺に行ったでしょ。
なんでそんなことを知ってんだよ、お前。
見張り役を置いといたからよ。まあその様子じゃ何もなかったみたいね。学校にいなかったから、そのちょっと良くない想像したっていうか。
はあ、つまり俺がやられちまったと。
そうよ、ズタズタにされて裏山に埋められたのかと思った。
That's a lot worse than a little mishap.
おあいにくさま。こっちはピンシャンじゃなくて、今にも死にそうだがなんとかやってる。で要件はなんだよ、遠坂。
え、だからそれは。
腹の探り合いはいいって。あ、要件って竜道寺のマスターのことだろう。それなら倒した。いや、もういなかった。竜道寺のマスターは自分のサーバントキャスターに裏切られてたんだ。で、その後は。
I shouldn't say any more. I've been speaking in a low voice, but Sakura is still behind me. I shouldn't mention anything shocking, like people dying.
とにかく竜道寺にはもうマスターもサーバントもいない。聞きたいことってそれだろ。
そうよ、分かってるじゃない。
じゃ、切るぞ。今特訓中でな。とにかく体中が痛い。
I hand over later and move to replace the receiver.
ちょっと待った。
なんだよ、もう用はないだろ。
あるわよ。いいから明日は学校に来なさいよね。大事な話があるんだから。
Slam. Beep beep. The collar violently hangs up. That's so Tosuka.
まったく、昨日は言ったら怒ったくせに今日は恋だなんて勝手なやつだ。
I return the phone receiver to its space. I turn around to go back to the living room and finish making tea. But Sakura is in my way.
さくら、どうした？気分悪いのか？
いえ、熱なんてありません。ただ先輩すごく嬉しそうだったから、どうしたのかなって。
え？
Me? Happy? Is she saying I was happy about Tosuka called me?
まさか、俺怒ってるんだけど。
だからです。先輩、自分で気づいてない。
Sakura awkwardly avoids meeting my eyes. I'm still confused, but I take the chance to finish making tea for 3. The tone of his voice, he was probably smiling too? Yeah. By the time training is over, everything outside is suffused in dark red light.
先輩、ブリの下ごしらえ終わりました。あとはかぼちゃとトマトですね。
あ、そっちは片付けた。これからソースの味付けで、終わったら焼きに入る。あと、今日は茶碗蒸しも作るから、大鉢出してくれ。なんか、昨日藤姉が奮発してカニ買ってきてくれたんだ、これが。
はあ、カニ風味かまぼこ五目ですね。あれ、美味しくて綺麗だから大好きです。
With a huff of exertion, Sakura sets the bowls down on the kitchen counter. I put my heart into making dinner as thanks for everyone's help during breakfast and lunch. I'd prefer it if Sakura relaxed in the living room like Saber, but she's stubborn about helping as she always does. In the middle of the dinner hustle, the doorbell rings. Sakura's here next to me, so it must be a visitor.
あ、私が行ってきます。新聞の勧誘ならお断りしますね。
さくら。
Sakura goes to the house entrance before I can stop her. Something is making me anxious. I put down the daikon I've been peeling and go to check on the front door. Whoever it is keeps ringing the doorbell. The non-stop ding-donging sounds almost manic. Jesus. Sakura lets the visitor know she's coming and locks the door. An instant later,
さあ、そろそろ家に帰る時間だぞ、さくら。
I hear a smooth, melodramatic voice. It clashes with the rude way its owner shoves his way into the house. You're still ringing the doorbell? It all happened in a second. The doorbell rang non-stop.
はい、どちら様ですか？
Sakura unlocked the door. Do you not recognize the sound of your own brother's voice? Shinji wrenched the door open and stepped inside.
兄さん。
さあ、そろそろ家に帰る時間だぞ、さくら。
Without missing a beat, Shinji grabs Sakura's arm and drags her towards the door, ignoring her dismay. I run. By the time I get there, Shinji's already 1 foot out the door.
何のつもりだ、シンジ。
いやあ、エミヤ。妹を連れて帰るために兄貴が迎えに来たんだが、どこかおかしいかい？
連れて帰るだって。
おいおい、このうちじゃ妹の迎えに兄貴が来たらおかしいっていうのか？だいたいさ、人の妹をそそのかしてるのはお前じゃないか、エミヤ。まさかそれで僕の弱みを握ろうなんて考えているんじゃないだろうね。
Sorry, you're the only person who will ever think like that. I don't know what to say. Did Shinji just...
あ、それとも何かい？いざとなったら大事な妹を盾にして影にこそこそ隠れようってのかい？そりゃまた随分と卑怯な真似をするな、エミヤは。
He actually went there.
あ？何その顔？お前バカじゃねえの？
シンジ。
いいじゃん今の声。いいぜ。この前の続きをやってやるよ、エミヤ。
My hands ball into fists. I can't keep my cool. Sakura's right there. As much as I want to punch Shinji, you know? Restraint. I force down the white-hot rage that threatens to overwhelm me. It wouldn't help to lay a hand on him right now. My fight with Shinji is already over. I could punch Shinji, but there would be no point. Well, there would be a big point, but more importantly, I don't want Sakura to see us fighting.
やめて、兄さん。お願いだから、ここでだけはやめてください。
Sakura's sobbing voice brings me back to my senses.
さくら。
驚いたな。お前が僕にそんな口聞くの、もしかして初めてじゃないか？
Shinji's voice is filled with an amusement I've never heard from him before. Sakura stares at the ground, slightly trembling.
で、さくらはどうしたい？ここに残るか、魔刀家に帰るか。僕は優しいからね。可愛い妹の意見は尊重するよ。
はい。言うことを聞くから、先輩の前でだけはやめてください。帰れって言う。
僕の言うことを聞くんだな、さくら。
Sakura nods wordlessly.
そうか。そこまで言われちゃさくらを連れ戻すのはやめておくよ。僕は寛大な兄貴だからね。妹のやりたいことはさせてやらなきゃな。そうだろエミヤ。
シンジ。
そんな怖い顔で見るなよ。さっきのはただの冗談。場の雰囲気に合わせたジョークじゃんか。いつまでも根に持ってると陰湿なやつだと思われるぜ。
So you know. Shinji returns to the door.
じゃあな、さくらをよろしく頼むよ、エミヤ。けどさくら、気が向いたらいつでも帰ってきていいんだぞ。
He leaves with a wave. Shinji departs the Emiya house without Sakura. I resume making dinner. I don't know what to talk about, so I just cut tomatoes and the pumpkin. The only sound in the kitchen is a chop chop of knife on cutting board. This is awkward.
先輩、ご飯炊けましたよ。内村先生はまだですけど、そろそろご飯にしちゃいます？
ああ、そうだな。ちょっと早いけど、そうしようか。はい。
それじゃあ早速、準備しますね。
Sakura moves briskly, helping me as if the earlier confrontation never happened. But it's obvious she's forcing herself to act that way. Sakura's acting calm because she doesn't want me to worry. If that's Sakura's choice, then I can only play along. She's the only one who's the most trouble right now. Or, yeah, even if it's a forced smile, I should still give her a smile of my own. Huh? I hear the sound of a bowl dropping and turn. A shattered rice bowl is at Sakura's feet. She suddenly collapses. The strength goes out of her legs, and she falls to her knees, then backwards. When Shinji grabbed her, did he put a curse on her? I brush over and support her. It's bad. I can feel Sakura's fever even through her uniform.
さくら、おい、しっかりしろ、さくら。
先輩、私、どうしたんですか？
Her voice is listless. Even though she's on the verge of passing out, I can tell that she's doing her best to form words.
どうしたじゃない。さくら、まだ風邪治ってないじゃないか。
いえ、けど、これぐらい大丈夫ですよ。
バカ、大丈夫なやつがいきなり倒れるか。
Damn it. I'm such a fool. How could I have let Sakura work hard all day when I knew she's still sick? Throwing what happened earlier on top of that, it's no surprise she'd faint from the mental and physical stress.
それより先輩、お茶碗割っちゃってごめんなさい。すぐに片付けます。
I scoop Sakura up in my arms.
先輩、
夕食は後だ。 今すぐベッドに放り込んで寝かしつける。文句があるなら治ってからにしろ。
I walk into the guest house carrying Sakura in my arms. I ignore anything she tries to say along the way. To be honest, I'm in such an intense mood that her words barely register anyway. After a while, Sakura takes the hint and stops protesting by the time we get to the guest room. She looks somber and does what I ask. The fever appears to have worsened, though the rest of her body doesn't feel any warmer. I leave the guest room. Time to change the dinner menu. I need to hurry and make okayu and something to accompany it. It is almost 10 p.m. Dinner is over and it's time to get ready to go out on patrol. Sakura is sleeping in her room. I eat dinner with Saber. Fujine didn't come over. Maybe she's busy.
シロ、そろそろ時間ですが。
Saber wants to head out. Tonight, well... Miyama was... Shinto was where we started, right? So then we have to go to Miyama, or maybe we should stay around because Sakura is sick, right? Let's patrol Shinto.
シロ、
I'm guessing that, of course, staying here to look after Sakura is gonna, like, give points,
シロ、
right?
シロ。
Yeah. Yeah. We don't always have to go out, you know? Because we've already taken out, like, 3 people from the Holy Grail War. I can't leave Sakura alone tonight. My presence alone won't make her any better, but I want to be able to help right away in case she needs it.
すまん、セイバー。今夜の巡回はなしにする。今はさくらが心配だ。
わかりました。マスターの指示に従います。
We can still let Saber, like, patrol the immediate area though, right? That's a surprise. I was sure Saber would be against it, but she simply accepted what I said without protest.
勘違いはしないように。体調が優れないのはさくらだけではありません。シロウも同様に疲労しているから今夜は休息するのです。あなたの魔力は未だ満たされていない。さくら同様、今夜は無理をせず休むことです。
ありがとう、セイバー。
礼は不要です。私はシロウのサーバント。主の体を第一に考えるのは当然です。
With that, Saber sits down in the living room and pours herself a cup of warm water.
で、シロウ、理解ある家臣に与える褒美とか、そういったものはないのですか?
Do you want more food? Saber asked me a question, her tone adorably mixed with petulance and anticipation.
そっか。待ってろ、セイバー。
I divine her desire for a midnight snack, and assemble a tray of tea and cookies that Fujine bought just for her, grinning wildly all the while. My magic circuit closes. Once the red-hot rod leaves my spine, I sigh in relief. My daily routine, which I've been neglecting lately, goes off without a hitch to my surprise. Oh yeah, he hasn't been doing this. Maybe it's thanks to my contract with Saber. I've always had a hard time forming my magic circuit, but it's easy now.
けど、作るのに1分かかってるようじゃ使い物にならない。
All I can do is strengthen something into a weapon. If I'm taken by surprise, I'd still be in desperate straits with no way to defend myself. The spine rod... It's still so insane that Shiro just, like, tortured himself for like 10 years doing this when it's just like, hey, dummy, it's already there. Just like think of it as a switch. It's like, oh, yeah, right. It still makes me shiver, yeah. But how you been doing, Mari? Hope you had a good weekend so far. If I could at least shorten it by half to about 30 seconds.
今度、遠坂に相談してみるかな。あいつなら、効率のいい魔術回路の作り方を知ってそうだ。
How's the game going? Going pretty good. I held back from punching Shinji. I spent the day with the other baby, Ilya. And that's really about it, because we're still only on the first day of starting for the stream. I just woke up from my nap and I'm touching grass in an hour, so things are good so far. Ooh, nice! Sounds relaxing. I don't know what she'll want in return though, so I can't just ask her on a moment's notice. I hear footsteps on dirt. They're slow and unhurried. It's midnight. The person who comes to the shed, letting the moonlight guide her path, is...
先輩まだ起きてますか？
Is this the first time we've seen Sakura in this outfit? No! Wait, no, she was like in a different shirt from like before. Yeah, I think it's the first time. Oh yeah, she's so cute when she's trying not to kill people. Yeah. Oh, and like we saw her maid for the first time, and found out apparently that Heaven's Feel is like some third dress that Ilya has to wear by the end of this Holy Grail War. So it's probably like her complete like vessel form to become the Holy Grail, right? But I was surprised to actually get like some plot from like spending time with Ilya. Sakura, the color of her face looks a little bit better. Fancy outfit, yeah. But my mind goes blank. Sakura's wearing something I haven't seen before. I take incomprehensible damage. The clothes that Fujine gave her, but seeing Sakura out of her school uniform sends my head spinning.
先輩
ああ、起きてる。さくらの方はいいのか。外、寒かっただろ。
Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy.
はい熱はほとんど下がりました。気分転換に外に出たらこっちで物音がしたから先輩かなって。
そっか。じゃあ、あとはあったかくして、ちゃんと寝るだけだな。
Starting to see her differently. I like the stove I just fixed. Good. It turns on. It'll warm us up a little.
ほら、ここも冷えるけど、外よりマシだ。寝てばっかりで目が冴えてるんなら、話し相手になるぞ。
The trope where the love interest wears a different outfit. Oh my god, they can wear
それじゃあ
different
お
clothes?
邪魔しますね。
Whoa.
先輩
Sakura makes her way towards me with short steps. I'm glad. She really does look like she's feeling better.
あったかい。ちゃんと治ったんですねこれ。
なんとかな。直し始めの頃は、あんまりにもオンボロなんで、さすがに無理だって差し投げてたけど。
そうですね。あんなの直すぐらいなら藤姉が真っ二つにしたビデオデッキを直すぞって怒ってましたもん先輩。けど結局捨てられずに持ち帰ったんですよね。
いや、それは往生際が悪いのはこいつだけじゃなかったというか。
The stove was broken, but once I saw that it could be fixed, I just couldn't leave it alone.
先輩一度いたら聞かないから物分かりがいいようですっごく頑固なんですよ。気づいてました？
頑固かな俺。
頑固ですよ。それにすっごく強引なんです。さっきだって私の話を全然聞いてくれませんでしたから。
Well then. Sakura's in an oddly good mood, even though she's scolding me. Not that I'm unhappy to see her in good spirits again.
悪い。さっきはカッとして考えが回らなかった。
そうですね。先輩、私と自分に怒ってて怖い顔してました。先輩には迷惑をかけてばかりですけど、さっきのは本当に悪いことをしたんだなって反省したんですよ。
Sakura is so gentle. She's still getting over her illness, but how do I put it? It isn't the usual Sakura that's trying to do her best in front of me. It's like I'm seeing the real Sakura.
それで少し子供の頃を思い出しちゃいました。私、子供の頃は家にこもってばかりで言いたいことも言えなかった。私が本当の気持ちを言わなければみんなうまくいくって思い込んでずっと黙ってたんです。
That's no way to
そ
live.
れじゃダメですよね。私は心配かけたくなくて黙っていたけど、それがもっとお父さんや兄さんを心配させてたんです。
そっか。けどさくらが親父さんや信者を大切に思ってたのは本当なんだから、さくらの気持ちだってちゃんと伝わってたんじゃないか。
Too bad we didn't
口にしなくても伝わることってあるだろ。
Too bad we didn't think about that before we told her about our dream with Tosaka.
そうですね。それで先輩はどうだったんですか？私、先輩が子供の頃の話あんまり聞いたことないんです。
俺？別に今と変わらないんじゃないかな。昼間は街中走り回って親父の飯を作って、夜はここでガラクタいじってた。
This isn't a spoiler because look at Shinji. But I'd like to have a talk with her dad. Yeah. Feeling bashful, I scratched my cheek. It's a little embarrassing as a man to admit that my life hasn't changed since childhood. Terrible job, yeah. What she really needed was a mother. That's what she needed.
そのパトロールの真似事。弱気を助け強気をくじくってのに憧れてたんだ。
Yeah, there's been an absent, like very, very striking absences of like mother-like figures in all of these like characters' lives, you know? It's always the fathers, Like Fujine has really been the only one, but Shinji and Kiritsugu, Tosaka and her dad, Ilya's family is probably like patriarchal too. Shinji and Sakura, and to an extent, it's just like Issei and Caster's master. Oh, I can't remember his name. I think it should be in here though. No, not in this route. Okay, but yeah. My main battlefield was the park. I recall spending a lot of time there with other kids my age, picking fights with slightly older kids. I vaguely recall one of the kids who was really clever for their age, whom I saw as a devilish nemesis.
なるほど。一根っこから町を守ってたんですね。先輩、昔からそういう人だったんだ。
Yeah, then all the other ladies who have been like in the story have been like either love interests or women that wants to kill us. It was like, oh, damn, not counting Fujine, but yeah.
さくら、笑顔で言われるとさすがに我が身を振り返っちまうからやめてくれ。割と恥ずかしい。
恥ずかしくなんかないです。私、子供の頃に先輩と会ってたらきっと子分にしてもらってました。
One of my henchmen?
私みたいな引っ込み思案には手を取って外に連れ出してくれる人がいないとダメなんです。
子分ってさくらな。
Sakura being my goon. I was like, yes, boss. Actually, I bet Sakura would have trained with me daily if we'd known each other as kids. She's so cute. What do we got here, boss? Just like imagine her just like camming it up with Shudo. Like, please don't do that. I could definitely imagine my younger self shouting motivational phrases at her as we ran alongside the riverbed or meditated in the dojo. Anyone watching us would have seen us as a boss and minion. Then, Sakura would have grown up big and strong under my guidance. Like this. Or a devil in a girl's clothing like this. I feel a sudden chill. Thank goodness she turned out so modest and graceful.
先輩。
まあちょっと頭が飛んでた。独り言なんで気にしないでくれ。
はい。それはいいんですけど、その聞きにくいことを聞いてしまっていいですか？
いいけど、なんだよ。
藤村先生から聞いたんですけど、先輩、エミヤの家に引き取られた養子だって本当ですか？
あれ、言ってなかったっけ？藤姉の言う通り、親父の養子だぞ、俺。
先輩、それってその。
いや、別に隠し事じゃないし、その通りだし。さくらこそどうしたんだよ、そんなこと聞いて。
先輩は気にしてないんですか？知らない家にもらわれていっぱい嫌なこととかあったんじゃないんですか？
まあそりゃ藤姉の入れ知恵だな。まあ
Projecting a
初
little
めの
bit.
1年はそう見えたかもしんないけど、あれはあれで辛くはなかったし、嫌なことなんてなかったと思う。
じゃあ楽しかったんですか？先輩は。
Rude. You saying for Sakura assuming that? This is the first time anyone's ever asked me that. Oh, Fujine can do no wrong. Okay, I see now. After the fire, my first year of Kiritsugu was a difficult one, spent mostly recovering from my injuries. After that, I've just been on the move day after day, like I still am now. I followed Kiritsugu's footsteps to learn Magecraft, found meaning in helping as many people as I could, and spent my days roaming the town. Can I truly say I enjoyed it? I never had the luxury of considering that question.
どうだろう。楽しかったかどうかはわからない。ただ、俺は親父みたいになりたかった。
それは藤村先生が言っていたような正義の味方にですか？
Sakura timidly asked, and I answer.
おかしいかな。
I feel bashful about it, but I say how I really feel.
いいえ、先輩は間違ってません。まっすぐでかっこいいです。
It's one of the things you love about me, right? Her words are calm. Normally they'd make me so embarrassed that I couldn't look her in the eye, but the sentiment goes straight to my heart, and I feel like thanking her.
じゃあもう一つ聞きますね、先輩。もし私が悪い人になったら許せませんか？
I'm taken aback by the sudden question. But if I consider it seriously,
ああ、さくらが悪いことをしたら怒る。きっと他のやつより何倍も怒ると思う。
I'd probably push everything else from my mind and scold Sakura in that case.
よかった。先輩にならいいです。
Sakura nods in apparent relief. He's so real. Seeing her smile, I feel like this has happened before.
部屋に戻りますね。おやすみなさい、先輩。
Sakura returns to her bedroom. I watch her leave, and get the odd feeling that I'm forgetting something. I go back to my bedroom. I slip into bed quietly to avoid waking Sakura, and close my eyes.
思い出した。
Finally, I realize what's been nagging at my mind. That's right. It was in the shed back then too. That's the type of response you want from someone you trust, if I'm being real. Yeah. I was of the opinion that, like, if someone that I, like, knew well, did something to become a bad person, then my first thought would be to try to figure out what made them change, you know? And just like, okay, so let me talk about this later, not when the sad music has just started playing. 2 years ago. No, a year and a half to be exact. It was 2 summers ago. Sakura had come over several times asking to help out around the house, and I turned her down each time. But she wouldn't back down. She showed up here every day, showing more stubbornness than I'd known she had. Eventually I gave in. Her tenacity impressed me, and one day, I called her over to the shed to declare my surrender.
Sakura には負けた。負けたからこれやる。
It was an old key. Kiritsugu used to use it, and it had been put away in the shed for years. I handed it over to Sakura. Sakura was shocked, and vehemently refused it, saying she didn't deserve to have it. If memory serves, she insisted that she was too much of a stranger to hold on to even a duplicate of the key.
あのな、毎日手伝いに来るくせに他人も何もあるか。これからは好きにうちを使ってくれ。その方が俺も助かる。
I didn't take no for an answer, and pushed it into her hands. That's when I saw it.
ありがとうございます、先輩。大切な人から物をもらったのはこれで2度目です。
Sakura nodded, looking elated. Look how relaxed she became after that.
そうか。
That's what I was struggling to remember. Sakura always tries her best, and her smile is always so kind and gentle. But I haven't seen her look discontent since that summer day. Okay, I can talk about it now. But yeah, but there's somebody that I do like, that I trusted really well. Ever did something to become a bad person, I would like try to figure out what made them do that in the first place, you know? Like, yeah, I would be angry. I would probably be confused more than anything about why. Even as I come to understand. But then, I would definitely still be trying my best to, like, bring them back, you know? From whatever, like, let them down that path. Because surely, there would have been a better alternative than what they stooped to, you know? Now a barren place since Castor's demise. The monks who collapsed due to an unknown illness all left the mountain, leaving the temple completely uninhabited. Interlude, yeah. The gates are tightly shut to even residents of the temple, to say nothing of visitors.
ひどい匂いだ。鼻が曲がるどころの話じゃねえな。
Haiku. A voice echoes in the empty temple grounds. His little blue form is illuminated by the moonlight. His, like, gremlin chibi form. The muscular body without a gram of excess. The long scarlet weapon belonged to the servant called Lancer.
おうおう、キャスターがくたばったってのに結界は健在か。いや、醜悪さは以前より5割増し。これに比べればキャスターは上品だったな。
Lancer casually peers out over the temple grounds. Chibi Lancer is such a funny thought, really? He grips his crimson spear. Intelligence gathering and observation are his primary task. He isn't happy about it, but orders are orders. It's his policy to follow his lord's commands and deliver the results asked of him. Accordingly, he skirmished with several servants so far and disengaged each time. Lancer hasn't fought any battles on his own initiative, per his contract with his master. Tonight's scouting mission to Rito Temple is no exception. So, he shouldn't need his spear. He can conjure his noble phantasm anytime he wishes. One would think it unnecessary to be armed when there's no enemy to fight.
キーうるせえこと。キャスターは風使いと呼んでたんだが、水気の女だったのかね。雲だのカエルだの、陰湿な輩が多いが。
He walks through the temple grounds. His manner appears utterly defenseless and unbecoming of a servant. So unguarded is he that on the off chance another servant is lurking nearby, he will surely perish in an ambush.
ああ、頭をすげ替えられたって線もあるな。
Oh no, Bugs.
ここは腐った小虫しかいない。持ち主不在の廃屋に救うのはお前たちの常套手段だ。
Lancer's foul mood doesn't lift. The blue-clad spearman admonishes someone who isn't present.
にしても一匹でかいのがいるな。どこの生まれか知らないが、山奥で獣と暮らしていた面してやがる。おまけになんだこりゃ、砂の匂いか。へっ、大雲かと思えば小汚い砂虫とはな。やだ。なんだってこんなしけた野郎の偵察なんかしなきゃならねえのかなった。
Pests may be a better word because leeches, I guess. True. Definitely a bit. He bats aside a silver flash of light. With a single flourish of his spear, Lancer deflects 3 deadly darts from the darkness. The wicked daggers plunge into the ground. They are dirks. Sharp knives made not for slicing, but skewering their unlucky target. Each was hurled with unerring accuracy at Lancer's 2 eyes and windpipe, respectively.
いい腕だ。が、二度とはするなよ、砂虫。
Okay, so before we had Arturia, we had Emiya, we had Ku, we had Media, we had Koseki Sojiro, we have Castor, and we have Heracles in the war, as well as Gilgamesh. Those are like the known servants that we have so far. But then this route seems to be introducing more alongside Alturia, and there probably like some other people too. We're just gonna be crazy to like figure out or like see who they will be. He's so annoying and loud. Just good old Ku.
挨拶もなしで命を取られるのは趣味じゃねえし、何よりお前にとっちゃ命取りだ。
The muscled blue form faces the darkness. Something faintly shifts in the gloom of the shrine. A skull laughs, its bony facade as white as the moon. The battle commences without preamble. The white skull shrieks in no human tongue as it attacks Lancer, who meets his ambush without so much as twitching an eyebrow. The skull's stone dirks are on par with Archer's arrows. 30 in total are loosed from the darkness at very close range, and Lancer parries every single one effortlessly. The skull halts. That's strange. No matter how capable a spearman Lancer is, he surely can't have blocked every single one of the skull's daggers, each aimed precisely enough to thread a needle. Moreover, his opponent wields a polearm. The dirks were aimed at the spear's blind angles and should have struck his opponent's vital points. But how could Lancer have defeated every last one?
おい、まさかとは思うが、 お前の芸はそれだけか。
Lancer's demeanor changes. He stops, and his merely curious hostility shifts to a determined intent to kill the skull.
ならこれでしまいだ。お前が何者か知らんが、まあその仮面ぐらいは剥がすとするか。
More daggers surge out of the darkness. Just as Lancer is about to advance on the skull, he is intercepted by a frenzied barrage. And that too is thwarted. With only a subtle movement of his spear, Lancer nullifies attacks he shouldn't even be able to see. The skull mask trembles. It doesn't speak, but it gulps down its next shriek, staring in disbelief at the enemy coming for its head. Whoa. It aims another dagger from Lancer's throat between a gap in his spear's movements. The skull mask trembles. As Lancer's spear deflects the daggers, it spins in a neat circle in Lancer's hand, arcing up into the attacking skull's jaw. Defense and riposte. Both maneuvers executed perfectly simultaneously. The skull has no way of defending itself in mid-flight. The white mask falls. Got you. Lancer doesn't press the attack. His orders are to merely observe the enemy. Even if this is a golden opportunity to execute his opponent, he lacks the authority to make that decision.
バカな。言っただろう。俺に飛び道具は上手くないと。忠告を聞かなかったのはそっちの方だぜ。
Lancer reorients his spear towards his enemy, which is hiding his face and calmly watches. Is this Assassin the Enmia? From FGO? From FGO specifically, not from this game. A dark body. A right arm contained in bandages. His face, once concealed by a white skull mask, is now shrouded in darkness and difficult to make out clearly. Now, it would be closer to call it featureless, lacking obvious protrusions or depressions.
私の面を見たな、ランサー。そりゃこれからだ。サーバントには違いないようだしな。どこの英雄かはっきりさせるとするか。なるほど。余分な縛りがあったのか。道理で殺さないわけだ。
The servant retreats, cloaked in shadow. An actual assassin. A dirk is clutched in his hand, his little tint towards Lancer undiminished.
やめとけ。生まれつきでな。目に見えている相手からの飛び道具なんざ通じねえんだよ。よっぽどのものじゃない限り、その距離からの投擲は効かねえぞ。そうか。流れ屋の加護か。さすがは夏希の英霊。私などとは物が違う。
So is that like updating his skills? Protection from arrows. Yeah. Ah. Shadows sway. Dark servant crouches down low like a spider. Then suddenly flings another dagger while leaping high into the air. If his high leap can be compared to that of a deer, then one might compare his frantic scurry to that of a spider, snake, or scorpion. The servant flees, hiding his face. The speed of his flight is on par with Lancer. Assassin doesn't know he has protection from arrows. Well, he just figured it out, yeah. The Lancer's explosive bursts of agility are without peer. It would be unthinkable for him to need more than a moment to close in on his prey.
確かに喉を狙ったんだが、 しぶといな。治ってるってわけじゃねえし、あれぶっ飛んでやがるな。
Lancer gives chase, his enemy skating on the wet surface like a water strider. His pursuit churns and splits the water in contrast with his target's elegant escape, but the water strider has no hope of outrunning him.
痛みで止まらねえんなら、付け根でも切りつければよかったが、他の連中には通じねえ手だからな。つい後回しにしちまったが。
For a human, the severing of one's limbs or major arteries is a critical injury. Yeah, because we're still technically assassinless for this Holy Grail War. Oh, I wonder if, no, because, Koziro, has already been, like, taken out. Yeah, so he was here. A laceration to the, or aorta, for example, would cause catastrophic blood loss, leading to certain death in combat. But this logic only applies to a conventional battle between mortals. It is unrealistic to expect a servant, a mighty heroic spirit, to die of exsanguination. As they are powered not by blood but magical energy, injuring a major blood vessel will only amount to less effective secondary means of harm. It would be a different story if one were to cripple all 4 limbs, but no servant is so easily immobilized. Any time wasted on less lethal immobilizing wounds could expose the attacker to a lethal riposte.
なるほど。だが通覚を殺す手に頼るような英霊に治癒能力などあるまい。次の打ち込みで蹴りをつけるか。
Lancer crosses the body of water in a geysering gust. In 2 seconds, his prey will be in hand. In a flash, he moves to cleave the fleeing water strider from the left hip. Lancer immediately leaps in retreat. The water surface jumps. No, something in it bares its fangs. Dark, thin tendrils chase Lancer into the air. It's as if the water itself attacks them. The spectacle brings to mind ancient horrors lurking in the ocean depths. Lancer has nowhere to run. He strikes the water with his spear and uses every rune he possesses to inscribe a bounded field into the lake bed, but it is easily consumed by his pursuer. Dark tentacles surround him, eating up his safe haven second by second. Activated fully in concert, his runes are powerful enough to defend against a greater noble phantasm, but they barely even manage to slow the thing down. Assassin cackles.
どうしたランサー。動かねば飲まれるぞ。
An assassin that throws knives with a connection to water? Could he be a pirate? The water strider floats on the water, reveling in the sight. Could he be like Davy Jones? But it too is no exception from the tentacle's hunger. It doesn't dare approach the blackened water for fear of being consumed. Davy Jones is just like a fictional Pirates of the Caribbean villain, right? Or was he like an actual like sea deity, like amongst pirates? It knows that the dark tentacles will instantly shift its attentions to any new prey.
だがそうはいかん。お前を仕留めるのは私だ。未だ経験が足りないのでな。
I don't want this to be another Legolas situation, you know?
足りない知能を補わねば。
Light glints off the Strider's dagger. It throws its dagger at the immobilized Lancer. Still, it is futile. Even while fully engaged with his bizarre foe, Lancer is immune to the projectile attack.
懲りないやつだ。まあ、強気になるのはわかるんだが。
Lancer observes the tentacles surrounding him. Assassin has lured him a considerable distance from shore, the 30 meters to the nearest bank. He can easily cross that piddling distance in a single bound.
そこで動かなかったお前の負けだ。様子見も済んだ。ここらで引き上げさせてもらおうか。
Legolas. Very, very far cry from who he turned out to be, right? Lancer's body sinks, his spear warping. He takes a great leap into the air with the aid of his spear. But then... Oh. An utterly simple, straightforward attack is unleashed. A false heart emerges from Lancer's chest. From an impossible distance, still bobbing on the lake's surface, Assassin gouges out the spearman's chest. It is one of the purest forms of magecraft, the most simplified of curses. A cursed arm specialized in cursing humans, passed down through the Middle Eastern magecraft. Middle Eastern, huh? Anubis? Assassin's noble phantasm, Sabania, the illusional heartbeat. Give that back, man, it's mine. It destroys Lancer's heart without fail. The spearman's lifeless body sinks into the dark water. The water dances. It writhes in simulation, restless, brutal, vulgar. The sight of a caged and starved beast, ground fresh meat, were pale before the savagery. Countless dark tentacles-like appendages consumed the man-shaped heroic spirit. Floating on the black lake, the faceless servant drinks something red in the light. Alright, Middle East. So I'm not entirely, not even like Egyptian. It could even be like Mesopotamian. Like Gilgamesh, right? I wonder who that could be. Shakes fist at assassin. You only won because the shadow was helping. Yeah, otherwise, who had that one? The sixth. Dialogue lost the loop. When I awake to the bright sunshine, my body feels completely recovered. My temperature is normal, and my limbs don't feel heavy anymore.
6時前か。さくら、起きてるかな。
Has E rank a luck though? Yeah. Oh, okay. Archer is still in the story. Rider and Caster have been defeated. Berserker is still here too. And of course we wouldn't have Assassin in here because we haven't met him yet. If she is, then she should be preparing breakfast. If I don't change and go to the kitchen soon, she'll have to do it all by herself.
サイバー、先に行ってるぞ。しばらくしたら今に来てくれ。
I'm not brave enough to slide open the partition, so I just tell her in retreat. It could be bad if I open the door with unlucky timing and see Saber sleeping. What's wrong with seeing her sleep? Evia.
それでね、おじいちゃん倒れちゃってさ。わしが寝込んどるんだから少しは落ち着こうと思わんのかドラ娘なんて言うのよ。
ドラ娘？
失礼しちゃうわよね。それじゃあ私がはぐれ雲みたいに聞こえるじゃない。
The boy has a weak heart. Very clearly, yeah. This route especially, compared to the other ones. Fujine pouts, going on about something unfair as she eats. Evidently, she didn't come over last night because her grandfather collapsed.
先輩、はぐれ雲って何ですか？
藤姉のこと。ふわふわ浮いてて正体がつかめないやつを指す。
I answer instantly.
違う。はぐれ雲は遊び人。 日がな一日何をするでもなく町の人たちを冷やかして面白おかしく暮らす人のことを言うのよ。
Sakura and Saber nod in understanding. It goes without saying which part of that they agree with.
けど先生、それじゃあお父さんの体芳しくないんですか？
まさか。うちの家系は風邪とかひかないって有名なんだから。おじいちゃんはね、年がいもなく若い子と相撲をして腰やっちゃったの。
Okay.
相撲相撲とは何ですか、タイガ？
I can show you.
え
As if she wouldn't like slam me through the ground.
難しいな。とにかく押す、引かば押す、押せば押すっていう格闘技よ。武器なしなんだけど、げんこつはダメ、蹴るのもダメ。基本的に相手の体とがっしり組み合って、ドリャーって地面に叩き伏せれば勝ちなんだ。
それは純粋な力比べということでしょうか？
そうね。あと服もなし。自分も相手もほとんど裸でぶつかり合うんだよ。
裸でですか？
うん。回しをつけてるから急所は隠してるけど、あ、回しっていうのはふんどしのことね。わからなかったらシローに聞いてみて。私より詳しいから。
Fujine slurps her miso soup while saying something outrageous about me.
なるほど。で、シロ、ふんどしとは何ですか
It would be easy to explain, but I hesitate. This is Saber I'm talking to, and it's the middle of breakfast. Why do we have to talk about underwear?
知らない。相撲は専門外だから他を当たってくれ。
嘘だー。シロー、回し持ってるくせに。
持ってるかそんなもん。相撲は藤姉のじいさんにやらされただけで、回しだって借り物だっただろう。大体な、何年前の話してんだよ、藤姉は。
そっかそうだ。シロー、子供の頃はちっちゃかったから相撲は負け続きだったんだもんね。おじい様が違う競技にしなさいって言って勝つまでやめたがらないシローに弓持たせたんだっけ。
And it wasn't until this route that it made me realize that, oh, so that's why he's an archer. Fujine laughs in delight. Despite being a sword boy, I wonder why. She's in an awfully good mood today, and 20% more lively than usual, but that also means that there could also be an Emiya who is a saber, you know? Because of his obsession with swords.
時間そろそろやばいぞ。7時前にはここを出ないと遅刻じゃないのか。
あ、今日は大丈夫。昨日から朝の部活は禁止されたから。ま、それでも今日は職員会議があるから早めに出ないとまずいんだけど。
先生、弓道部も朝練中止なんですか？
そうだよ。で、そっか。さくらちゃんには連絡行ってなかったか。昨日ちょっとした事故があってね。陸上部の子なんだけど、部活中に怪我しちゃって。保健の笠間先生に言わせれば寝不足だとかで、朝練はしばらく中止になったのよ。
One person did not sleep the night before, and then their response is to cancel practice for everybody? That's a bit of an overreaction. I wonder if we'll ever see Shido in media with a sword. I don't know. Might be a little hard, you know?
けど、怪我人が一人出ただけで中止にするもんなのか？
Yeah, exactly.
それも寝不足だって。そんなの本人の。
Yeah, exactly. It's their own responsibility to go to bed on time. But maybe...
藤ね、その怪我人って何人出たんだ？
The entire club?
10人以上20人未満かな。
So more like half the club.
そんなになんですか？先生、弓道部のみんなは。
それがね、うちには出てないけど、昨日の部活でも疲れた顔の子が何人かいたのよ。
No way that Shinji is back at it with like the runes at the school, is he?
近いろいろと物騒じゃない？そのあたりの精神的な疲れも無視できないから、できるだけ生徒には負担をかけない方針でいくみたい。部活が負担になるってわけじゃないけど、肉体的に疲労するのは否定できないしね。
Fujine shrugs in exasperation and holds out her bowl.
さくらちゃん、おかわり。ご飯半分でお願いね。
Oh, speaking of which, I'm still making steady progress inside the event in FTO. I'm at the point where I have to kind of grind for like the Makai points though. So I'm right before like the like mirror match, right? Between Kenshi and Kagetora or Bisha Mountain, you know? So that's where I am right now.
はい、どうぞ。今朝は小食ですね、先生。
But right now I have another game gonna take up my time, so it might not be for a while until I can make progress again in the story.
そうなのよ。学校行っても仕事が溜まってるのかと思うと胃が痛くて痛くて食欲がないんだよ。
She half sobs pitifully. Apparently our resident tiger is saying that she can't go out on 2.5 bowls of rice. Let me know if you need me to switch craft essences or servants. Yeah, I should be good though. Because I have like a pretty good like variety. All things considered. Because even with just like event characters, right? Excuse me. I have Grandpa. I have the other Grandpa, Shinpachi. I have Hotaru as the temporary unit. I have Hajime. And then I also have... There's like one other person in there from the time period, but I don't remember who it is. It might be like the support character. That I'm thinking of. So then that's just like one free slot of somebody that could just like fit in, you know? With like the current like event story.
そういうさくらちゃんは元気だよね。ご飯大盛りで2杯目だもん。
育ち盛りですから、最近はすぐお腹減っちゃうし、多少無理でも食べておかないと大変です。
You hear that, Shiro? Good for you. Sakura proudly puffs up her chest. I'd say she's already had her growth spurt, and she's as good as she is. Maybe she's just being influenced by the other gluttons in the house.
なるほど。さくらには弓使いとしては腕力が足りません。栄養を取るのはいいことです。
Saber nods through a mouthful of food. I can't tell if they're on the same page or not. It's past 7. Fujine already left for school and we're cleaning up. Saber, please. You're just being practical. Sakura doesn't need to rush today. So we take our time doing the dishes together. Morning cleanup goes by in a flash since we're both helping each other out. I find myself checking on Sakura, but she looks like she's feeling better. It seems like her fever is gone and she's full of energy.
先輩。
Why is she blushing now? I want to see like kind of what's happened between now. What would have happened? Yeah. With like these routes. Confrontation at the mansion. Yeah. Then just fighting Castor at the temple. Yeah. This would have been the moment that we just fight Ryder at the school today. That towel, just like being like skin colored, is like very... It's a choice, that's for sure.
少しお話があるんですけど、お時間よろしいでしょうか。
She suddenly bursts out a question. Like it's now or never.
よろしいよ。時間まだ余裕あるし。
そのですね、お弁当ですね、作ってみたんですけど。
Sakura hands me a lunchbox. It's different from the one I sometimes use. She must have prepared it herself. Unlike my boring lunchbox, it has a cute shape and is even wrapped in a pleasantly colored cloth. I'm grateful, and I can count on it tasting good if Sakura made it.
Thank you. だって、もしかしてさくら、朝早くから弁当作ってくれてたのか?
By the time I came to the living room this morning, Sakura has already finished making breakfast. I was impressed at how early she must have gotten up, but it seemed that she's even more of an early riser than I thought.
早くに目が覚めちゃって、やることもないからお弁当作ろうかなって。それでご相談があるんですけど。
So that I can make even tastier lunches for you. So cute.
なんだよ、改まって。相談ってよっぽどのことか?
いえ、そんなことないです。ないんですけど。そうだ。先輩ってあんまりお弁当作りませんよね。お料理好きなのにどうしてなのかなって。
Time, right?
さくら、俺別に料理好きってわけじゃないんだが。
Plus, cooking isn't supposed to be a hobby that guys have. I just happen to be able to do it, and I like to leave it at that. What? Anyway, she wants to know why I don't make my own lunch, right?
それがな、俺だって弁当のが安上がりだって分かってるけど、持っていくとクラスの男どもが買ってくるんだよ。
That is true.
気がつくとおかずが半分になってるんだ。
Yo, can I have some? And it's like, I haven't even opened it yet. Sakura nods slowly. It's actually the girls in class who tend to take most of my food. Oh, but I decided not to mention it because it makes me sound pathetic.
そういうわけなんで、生徒会室が使える日しか
That's actually
弁
cute
当は
then.
作らないんだ。あそこなら一星と二人で食べられるだろ。
But I can have a lunch date with Issei. Wow, her eyes like flickering like that.
それなら弓道場で昼食をとるのはどうでしょう。お昼なら道場も空いてますし、お茶も入れられますし、誰もいないから静かだし。
No, I never considered that. The archery range is unlocked during the daytime, and even club members are unlikely to stop by. Only Mitsuzuri's likely to be around, if at all, and she isn't rude enough to lay hands on another person's lunch.
そうだな。それもありかな。
Well, today I'm supposed to like talk with Tosaka, so then would I even be able to do that?
そうです。そういうのももちろんありです、先輩。
けど、部外者が入るってのもなんだな。一応、三つ釣りに許可もらっておかないとダメだろう。
But you already have Sakura's permission.
そんなの大丈夫です。弓道場は学校の建物なんですから、部活動以外は生徒の自由で OK なのではないでしょうか。
Sakura's being unusually forceful.
そうだな。迷惑でなければいいかもな。
I accept the proposal. And for some reason, Sakura looks utterly ecstatic, even pumping her fists. Maybe Fujine's good mood rubbed off on her. We walk up the hill. There are more students commuting than usual, possibly because morning practices are cancelled.
時間はまだまだ大丈夫ですね。こんなゆっくりした朝は久しぶりです。
Sakura is besides me, walking happily. She's been in a good mood all morning, though I'm not sure why.
俺はいつも通りなんだけど、まあ、さくらと一緒に登校するのは珍しいか。
はい。弓道部の朝練は休みなしですから。
そうだけど、朝練は自由参加だろ？大抵のやつは2日に1遍ぐらいの割合なんだから、さくらだって休めばいいのに。
それじゃ先輩、私が休んだら一緒に学校に行ってくれますか？
Oh no, we're being a bad
そんな
influence
の
on
当たり前だ
her.
ろ。同じところに行くんだから、さくらが嫌がっても一緒になる。
それじゃやっぱり無理でした。私下手だから一日でも休むと腕が下がっちゃいます。
Girl, you need to learn how to shoot your shots, and I don't mean your archery skills, okay? Sakura sticks out her tongue in self-reprimand.
そんなもんかな。あんまり比べるのも足だけど、さくらの腕は1年じゃダントツだぞ。
Probably help with your exhaustion too.
1日2日間を置いても問題ないはずなんだが。
He's so dense. He literally heard her say, like, and that's something that I love about you. He's just like, oh, why could she be so happy spending time with me? And like, come on, man.
いいえ、私はまだ未熟です。今だって気を
He
入
does
れ
it
な
out
い
of
と
respect
邪念が入
to
るし、
not like impose on
後
her,
が
like
見えないなんてしょっちゅうだし。
to like avoid any kind of like situations of potentially forcing himself. But it's just like, and when it leads to like situations like these, it's just like so irritating too. It's like, man,
根
your
が怠け
politeness
者だから毎日
is
びっし
making
り
you
やってない
fumble.
とずるずるダメになっちゃうたちなんです。
Maybe she means a different way. You never know. Exactly. See? You can never be too sure. So it's better not to like assume. Well, maybe she says so. Like, I don't even know if like Mrs. Brief likes me, you know? We may be getting married next year, but like, I don't know, I don't want to get too ahead of myself until it actually happens. I'll part ways with Sakura. The second year classrooms are on the 3rd floor, while Sakura and the other first years are on the 4th floor.
それじゃあ先輩、また後で。
なあ、授業中居眠りしたりするなよ。人間腹いっぱいだと眠くなるからな。
We call it the
それ
itis
な
here
ら
in the
心配
south.
無用です。もうとっくに
Food
お腹
itis.
8分目になってますから。
Sakura goes up the stairs. I wave goodbye and head to my own classroom. It's lunch break. Shinji is absent, and so is Issei. I think Issei's been recovering in the hospital ever since the Rito Temple incident. In fact, there are several other students out sick too. But there shouldn't be any further absences. Castor is gone. There isn't a servant draining life force from the people of Fuyuki anymore. That should put an end to the mysterious comas that had the city in an uproar.
そうだな。キャスターの被害に遭った人たちもすぐに元気になって戻ってくる。
You're assuming that only one servant would be able to do that, though. Why would you do that? Time to get my head on straight. There are 4 masters left. Tosca, Ilya, and aside, I don't know what the other 2 masters are like, so it's too early to relax. Was that in unison? It was. Our yelps of surprise harmonize. Just as I step into the hallway, I suddenly run into Tosaka.
ちょっとあって何よあって人の顔を見るなり失礼なんじゃない？それとも何か私に後ろめたいことでもあるのかしらね。
No.
エリア君は
No, I don't know what you could be talking about.
あのな、驚いたのはそっちもだろ。今のセリフはそっくりそのまま返してやる。それに昨日の電話、一体何なんだよ。来るなって言ったり来いって言ったり、ずいぶん勝手じゃないか、遠坂。
昨日のは特例よ。竜道寺のマスターが消えた後、あなたが学校を休んでれば何かあったって思うでしょ？
She said a whole lot more than just yesterday was an exception. That's probably the next line.
その
Yeah.
竜道寺の件を教えたのは私なんだからエミヤ君に何かあったら困るじゃない。
I'm surprised. Does Tozuka feel responsible for what happened?
そっか。サンキュー、遠坂。心配してくれてたんだ
そんなことないわよ。私はただ情報提供者として事の顛末が知りたいだけなんだから。
I feel like after we've like had our time with in the Fate route and then the Unlimited Blade Works route, this route is so like lovey-dovey that it's bringing over like all the past like romantic tension from like the past couple of routes from the other characters and just like condensing it into like a black hole here in Heaven's Feel. It's so weird. And when we so flustered together.
昨日電話で言っただろ。キャスターとそのマスターは倒した。竜道寺にはもう何もないぞ。
Wait. Why does she look so serious all of a sudden?
なんだよ、登坂。俺、なんかおかしなこと言ったか。
ええ、エミヤ君を信じてないわけじゃないけど、もう一度だけ確認するわ。あなた、本当にキャスターを倒したの？
いくら俺でも勝敗ぐらいわかる。セイバーは完全にキャスターを消滅させた。キャスターのマスターだってもう
Was already dead by the time we arrived.
わかったわ。ならそのことで話があるの。ちょっと屋上まで付き合って。
Yay, no choice. Okay.
キャスターが消えてない。
What?
ええ、エミヤ君がキャスターを倒したのが2日前でしょ。なのに昨日も例の昏睡事件は起きた。それも魔力を奪われた人たちは今までより重い衰弱状態にあったわ。
そんなバカな。俺たちは確かに。
分かってる。あなたが嘘を言うわけないし勘違いしてるとも思えない。けど実際に私とアーチャーはキャスターらしき影を見たのよ。昨日の夜被害のあった現場に駆けつけた時にね。
そうか。じゃあ本当にキャスターは生きていてまだ街中から魔力を集めてるっていうのか。
断言できないけどそういうことね。けど竜道寺の雰囲気が変わったってことだけはわかる。あなたたちはキャスターを倒した。けどキャスターは未だ存在する。今確かなのはそれだけよ。
That must be why Tosaka has been acting odd since yesterday. She probably started having doubts about this war. A servant is supposed to disappear when its master is beaten. When a servant is completely defeated, it can't escape death in this world. Both penalties apply to Caster, yet somehow she still exists. It's a clear fundamental violation of the rules underpinning the Holy Grail War.
そうか。で、登坂はどう思ってるんだ。
え、私？
ああ、おかしいって思ってるんだろ。お前が聖杯戦争を降りるとは思えない。けど、今は聖杯の奪い合いよりキャスターのことをはっきりさせたいんじゃないのか。他のマスターとの戦いは後回しにしてでもさ。
エミヤ君の思ってる通りよ。
I think he was like mostly finished. Oh, okay.
今回の聖杯戦争はどうもきな臭いわ。父さんに聞いていたものとは違う気がするのよね。なんていうか、私たちの知らないところで違うことが行われてる気がするの。
Yeah. And all because like we just are nicer to Sakura this time around? And not just like butterflied domino effect into just like this becoming like a very different kind of Holy Grail War. Something else, huh? For me, I'm an outsider to this whole business, so I haven't even had the luxury of considering that. But if a bona fide master like Tosaka thinks so, then something must be wrong.
じゃあ登坂はその。
And also, you know, narratively, we've done the Holy Grail War 2 times already. We'll be kind of pushing it to do it again a 3rd time without changing it up like drastically.
ええ、自分で納得がいくまで聖杯戦争のルールには従わない。誰かに利用されるのは仕方ないけど、利用された自分が誰にどんな危害を加えるのかわからないのは気に食わない。
そういうの嫌でしょ。だからはっきりさせるまで他のマスターといがみ合うのはやめるつもり。
Let's get Ilya on our side. Right now. She states it resolutely. Tosuka's eyes are unwavering. At the same time, they seem to ask me for my decision.
そうか。それは休戦宣言ってことでいいのかな、トサカ。
エミヤ君が受けてくれるならね。この件が片付くまであなたが私と敵対しないのなら私も危害は加えないわ。
Yay, Tosuka's back, like, around us. She speaks to me with a questioning gaze. My answer, of course, was set from the beginning.
それはこっちのセリフだよ。トサカが手を出してこない限り俺もトサカとは戦わない。それにもし戦う時が来たとしてもそれは正々堂々とだ。その時が来るまでは。
I've always wanted to have a cooperative relationship with Tosuka.
決まりね。分かってたけどいい返事がもらえて嬉しいわ。
Tosuka extends her right hand. I realize she's waiting for me to shake it.
ああ、よろしくトサカ。
I try to ignore my my suddenly reddening cheeks and stick out my right hand.
よし、契約成立ね。少しの間だろうけどよろしく頼むわ、エミヤ君。
Tosuka firmly shakes my hand. Her hand is far more delicate than mine. Her touch is soft and slightly cool. Dude, what the hell am I thinking at a time like this? Get a grip, Shura.
どうしたのエミヤ君。急に汗かいたりして。なんか心拍数も上がってるけど。
いや、なんでもない。ただの風邪だ。飯食えば治る。飯食えば治るんで、そろそろ昼飯にしよう。
Sakura! Okay. Was this automatic? No, it's just straight through. We just ignore her? No, I turn my hand away from hers. Unfortunately, that only serves to twist Tosuka's face into a devilish smile.
ははー。この前相談された時にもしかしてって思ったけど、やっぱりそうなんだ。慣れてるような印象だけど、本当はそうでもなかったわけね。
You're a boy, but boo.
意外っていう
Yeah.
か、イメージ通りっていうか。ふーん。ふーん。ふーん。
Smirking, Tosuka praises these from head to toe.
なんだよ。言いたいことあんならはっきり言えよな。黙ってるのは良くないんだぞ。
別にエミヤ君のことが少し分かっただけだから気にしないで。は、口にするつもりないから怯えなくていいわよ。
Like legitimately though, I would have loved to have like a friend like Tosuka, you know? She would be so much fun.
言いたきゃ勝手に言えばいいだろ。
あら、言っていいの？
She snickers. Ah, how can such an evil smile exist?
言う
何？小さくて聞こえないんだけど。
な。すまん。口にしないでくれ。言われたらひどくショックを受けそうだ。特にお前の口から聞かされると2倍や3倍じゃ済まない気がする。
そう？なら黙ってあげてもいいけど。
Tosuka smiles triumphantly. I take a second to recover my composure.
エミヤ君、好きな子のリコーダーが気になるタイプでしょ。
言ってんじゃねえかこの悪魔。
Is she wrong though?
だからね、人間ってのは本当のことを言われると怒ると思うのよ。
Tosuka pokes at my lunch thoughtfully. She came here empty-handed today, meaning that she doesn't have anything to eat. It was inevitable that she'd come after my lunch instead.
いいから食べろ。たく、弁当持ってないくせにさ、どうして箸だけは完備してんだよ。お前、箸いつも持ち歩いてんのか？
これは教室を出るときに持ってきただけよ。エミヤ君、 この前もお昼ご飯持ってたから今日も分けてもらえばいいかなって。で、もしお弁当だった時を考えて事前に箸を用意したんだけど。
I can't believe that he just like completely blew off like Sakura, man. No, she's there in the thumbnail.
あのさ、その用意周到さはどこか論点がずれてると思うんだが。
If you thought that far ahead, then bring your own dang lunch.
細かいことは気にしない気にしない。エミヤくんだって2人分のお弁当を持ってきてたんだから結果オーライじゃない。
This isn't really meant for two people to share. Sakura just happened to put too much food in the box.
まあいいか。俺一人じゃ食いきれなかったのも確かだしな。ま、父さん、さっきから野菜ばっかり食うなよな。肉も食え、肉も。俺ばっかり肉食ってたら胃にもたれるだろう。
She's only eating the veggies? Girl lunch?
その唐揚げ味付け甘いから苦手なのよ。だいたい女の子にお肉なんか勧めないでよね。ちゃんと自分で分量測ってるんだから食べないってことはストップサインなの。
I respectfully disagree, Tosaka, but okay.
嘘つけ。お前焼肉で遠慮しないタイプだろ。もう絶対そう。俺がちまちま塩辛つまんでる時にわんこそばを食すがごときに霜降りカルビを食べるんだ。その量、その勢いたるや、俺の財布の中身などお構いなしで、むしろ破産させる気に違いない。そしてひとしきり満足した後にはこう言うんだ。今回は手加減してあげたわ。
I huff and shoot back a retort, feeling like a sore loser. Also, Shiro, that's how you go to the all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue. You don't go to one that charges by the plate.
言うじゃないエミヤくん。あながち否定できないところが恐ろしいわ。
Masaka. I'm pretty sure the scary one here is you.
けどおかしなお弁当よね。量はすっごく多いのに盛り付けとかラッピングとか女の子っぽいじゃない？エミヤくん、もしかして料理好き？
Someone asked me the same thing this morning.
まあ嫌いじゃないけど、今日の弁当は俺じゃなくてさくらが作ってくれたもんだ。ああ、さくらっていうのは父さか？どうした？砂糖の塊でも噛んだか？
あっちゃー、やっちゃったか。
Tosaka sighs and puts away her chopsticks.
ごちそうさま。あとはエミヤくん一人で食べて。
Tosaka backs away uncomfortably. Well, as long as she's full. I was getting pretty nervous eating side by side with her, so it'll be nice to enjoy it in peace. I'm on the way back to class. This period starts in a few minutes. The hall leading back to my classroom is crammed with students. On the other hand, the stairs are quiet. There aren't many students who visit other years' floors during lunch, so people use the stairs only occasionally. On the way back down,
さくら。
ごめんさくら、間が悪かったわ。いえ、間が悪いなんてことはないです。先輩と遠坂先輩が一緒にいても私は別に。だから違うんだって。ちょっとね、用があって私からエミヤくんを呼びつけたの。ついでに言うと、エミヤくんもあなたとの約束をすっぽかしたわけじゃないわ。こいつ単に分かってなかっただけだから。
she's such a wing woman, man. Emiya doesn't deserve the support. This is the train wreck. in slow motion. Oh my god.
なんだよそれ。さくらとの約束って別に何かあったわけじゃ。
Stop!
バカ。お弁当を作ったってことは、あんたと一緒に食べたいってことじゃない。さくらが怒るのも当たり前よ。
Wait a second. When did I ever say I would?
先輩、それなら弓道場で昼食をとるのはどうでしょう。お昼なら道場も空いてますし、お茶も入れられますし、誰もいないから静かだし。
And then I noticed that Sakura hasn't unwrapped her lunch yet. Oh, right. What the hell am I saying? Of course Tosaka would call me stupid.
ごめんさくら、俺間抜けにも程がある。
Can you guys just both just chuck Emiya out the window right now? Like, he'll be fine. Just make him waste a command spell so that Saber can catch him. That'll teach him a lesson. Saber, kill this man.
いいんです先輩。だってほら、ちゃんと約束したわけじゃないし、私もそうなったらいいなって思っただけで。
よくない。行くぞさくら、今からでも間に合う。道場で手っ取り早く済ませれば。
Ding dong. I grab Sakura's hand and start to run. However,
間に合うわけないでしょ。あと3分で何ができるっていうのよ。
Tosaka's calm logic stops me cold. My guilt over standing Sakura up drove me to action, but Tosaka's 100% right.
いいんです先輩。遠坂先輩の言う通り、教室に戻らないとダメですよ。
けどさくら。
いいえ、気にしないでください。私、今ので十分嬉しかったです。ありがとうございました。
This is like the worst offense that like Shiro has like done in like all of like these like situations. And it has to be with Sakura? I don't know what to say to that.
それじゃあ、失礼しますね。先輩たちも早く戻らないと遅刻しちゃいますよ。
Sakura goes up the stairs of her uneaten lunch.
じゃあ私も行くけど。学校が終わったらすぐに商店街にある中華飯店に行っておいて。そこで待ってるから。
But Tosaka, I have to be with Ilya today. And I'm 100% gonna forget about that because I'm so stupid. And so, Tosaka goes back to her classroom, leaving me with those cryptic instructions. Fifth period ends, and the classroom quickly empties. I should also go get Saber too at the same time. Oh my god. It's still before 2 p.m.
気は進まないけど、遠坂に言われたしな。
I don't have anything left to do on campus, so I'll go for broke and head to the shopping district. There's only one Chinese restaurant in the shopping center. Hangzhou Yansai Guan, or Taishin. Or the G sound is not actually a G. I forgot like what that's supposed to be. Like I think J, more like. Taishin has an ominous reputation. Its glass windows are covered by shutters during the daytime, concealing the coming and going of customers. First-timers are frequently seen fleeing the premises. The restaurant is run by the enigmatic and petite Miss Ba, beloved by the neighborhood association. She wills her wok to cook chili peppers into every possible dish. That's such a funny way to describe her. In other words, the food is hot. Really hot. It's so spicy you'd think your tongue was being stabbed by 1,000 toothpicks and covered in salt. The reason I tend not to like Chinese food is entirely thanks to this restaurant's infernal seasoning. Also, I can't get over the owner's over-the-top accent. Now, I'm about to enter this pit of hell. The owner sees me, a menu will appear in my hands before I can blink. And if it comes to that, I'm screwed. I better order some sweet and sour appetizers right away and avoid mortal danger. Good morning, Lily. Hope you had a good night's rest. I thought you were already feeling better, but then, like, hopefully you feel even better after today. I haven't been able to bring myself to return ever since I experienced their char sui and twice cooked pork. Don't even get me started on the mapo tofu. That's truly hell on earth. My tongue would melt. It's the kind of suffering that's like having your tongue cut off by King Enma. Maybe the restaurant's name alludes to the spiritual trial it takes to eat here. I checked the time and see that it's just about 2:30. He told me to come straight here after school, so I cannot waste any more time. It feels weird to work up my courage just to walk into a restaurant, but that's the kind of place this is. I don't know what the plan is, but I bet even Tosca is regretting her choice of meeting spot right now. Inside, I come face to face with... Why are you here?
Hmm? 来たか、エミヤ。時間があったのでな。先に食事を進めていた。
I gotta see why she chose to eat here. Also, Lily can go back to sleep. There's gonna be nothing important that you'll miss out on here. A priest eating a mapo tofu. Oh, that's why that's a card in FGO. I'm speechless. What's Kotomine doing here? Why is he eating that mapo tofu that looks like a boiling cauldron? I see him. And with incredible vigor, no less. He shovels the molten lava into his mouth with hellish drive, sweat running down his face, not bothering to drink water, as if he knows that pausing will mean he'll never take another bite. And he looks uncomfortable. Man, who eats that fast? Is he actually enjoying it? The red oil and peppers looks like they've been stewing in hell for 100 years. Is that delicious to him? The answer is yes. And that's messed up. I mean, Kotomine, as well as this restaurant. There's definitely an insane amount of spice in there. That's the only way I can describe it.
どうした？立っていては話にならんだろう。座ったらどうだ？
How am I supposed to talk? How are you supposed to talk? With like your mouth like falling apart. The priest talks while eating. You need to try mapo tofu now? Tofu now? After we were just talking about it on Friday? Oh no. Did I even read that? I cautiously... Actually, I'm not sure what even to be cautious of anymore. I sit down across from Kotomine. I quietly watched the priest's movements. Incredible. There are only 2 spoonfuls of mapo left. Is he actually going to finish the entire plate? The second I clear my throat, Kotomine's hand suddenly stops. Our eyes meet. Kotomine fixes me with his typically oppressive gaze and asks,
Kuka.
No. Instantly, I decline with every fiber of my being. Kotomine frowns slightly and finishes the last of his mapo tofu. I keep trying to say mapo tofu. What am I trying to say? Mapo tofu? Is he disappointed that I said no? It's clear now that Father Kotomine is here to see me. He must have asked Tosuka to get me to come.
で、一体何の用だよ。あんたが自分から出向くなんて珍しいんじゃないのか？
何？お前がすでに2体のサーバントを倒したと聞いてな。大したものだとねぎらいに来たのだ。
I'm gonna make myself some Thai tea after this. Like, I don't know. Mapo tofu? Like, for some reason it put me into a milk tea mood. He's the one to talk. Even if he really meant it, he could have picked a different menu.
そうかよ。悪いが、そういうのは気持ちだけで結構だ。別にあんたのために戦ってるわけじゃない。褒められる言われはない。
つまらぬ世辞は余計だったか。
Of course.
では、望み通り本題に入るとしよう。リンからキャスターが生きているという話は聞いたな。
ああ、キャスターはまだ限界していて、町の人間から魔力を集めてるって言うんだろ。
そうだ。その件と関係があるかはわからんが、お前がキャスターを倒した夜、竜道寺にはもう一体サーバントがいてな。風貌、戦闘スタイルから言ってアサシンだと思われるが、断言はできない。
アサシン？キャスターの他にもアサシンが竜道寺にいたっていうのか。でもセイバーは
感知できなかったのだろう。アサシンはそう強力な英霊ではないが、特性として気配の遮断がある。隠密はアサシンの得意分野だからな。いかなセーバーとてアサシンが完全に引きこもってしまえば見つけようがないだろう。
That's what assassins do. So, it was there the night we beat Caster, too. Was it looking nearby, waiting for a chance to take me out as soon as I let down my guard after killing Caster?
それは分かった。けど、なんだって俺にそんなことを教えるんだ。一人のマスターに肩入れはしないんじゃないのか、あんたは。
何？これは情報交換に過ぎん。私の知ることはそれだけだ。その代価として、ここ数日お前が体験した出来事を教えろ。前回とは違うものが動いている気がしてならんのだ。
It's the Gacha Gods.
教えたくないのならそれでも構わん。今のは忠告として聞いたと思えばいい。
そんなことするか。教えてもらったからには代償ぐらい払う。一方的に話されたことだけど必要なことだったからな。
相変わらず義理がたいことだな、エミヤシロ。
The priest's lips twitch up into a delighted smile. He's making a face like he knew exactly how I'd react. But I'm not going to play his little game.
話はする。けど、その前に聞いておくぞ。ことみね、あんた、なんでそんなことを知ってるんだ？竜道寺にアサシンがいるなんて、サーバントでもいない限りわからないこと。
Ah. In fact, he shouldn't have known even if he had a servant. Neither Saber nor Tosuka's archer were aware of what he just told me.
なーに、単純な話だ。私のランサーが竜道寺でアサシンに敗れた。奴が消滅する寸前の映像をマスターである私が回収したに過ぎん。
Just coming out right out with it, huh? While still keeping Gil a secret. Just like that. The priest utters something outrageous, as if it's just common sense.
私もマスターだと言った。お前も口にしたではないか。サーバントでもいない限りわからないと。いや、実にその通りだったな。だがそれも昨日までの話だ。ランサーは消滅し、私は今回の聖杯戦争におけるマスターではなくなった。お前たちの敵ではなくなったということだ。さて、
You liar.
私はそれだけか。ではお前の番だ。ここ数日、何と出会い何を見た？
In only a short moment, the mood becomes somber. He's not letting me ask any more questions. All Father Kotomine wants is a clear answer for me. I still have a mountain of stuff I want to say, but I'll answer first. In as much detail as possible, I describe everything that's happened since I made a pact with Saber 4 days ago and met the priest. It takes about 30 minutes to finish my story. I haven't done a whole lot as a master. There shouldn't be much interest to Kotomine. He only showed any sign of interest when I mentioned Zouken Mato.
マト造剣とうに老衰したかと思っていたが未だに現役とはな人の血をすする妖怪というのは本当だったか
Yokai.
あのじいさんが人の血をすする妖怪。
そうだマトウの魔術は九州でな6代前の魔術師であったマトウ造剣は際立った無質界だったと聞く
Oh, hence the dream, too. You know? He can't mean literally using insects as familiars, right? So if there's other magecraft that controls insects...
待ってくれ。虫使いって。その虫を媒体にして毒を使うやつのことか。何百匹もの毒虫を壺に入れて最後まで生き残った虫で呪いを打つっていう。
いや孤独の類ではないもとより呪詛はマキリの専門外だ彼らが行う魔術は必ず自らの肉体に成果が返るもの呪いなど行っては相手と共倒れになるだろ
うじゃあ読んで字のごとく虫を使い魔にしてるってことか
なあ魔頭造剣は他人の血を吸うだけの妖怪だ
The only drink others bowed.
人の血を吸うことで若さを保ち肉体を変貌させ数百年を生き抜いたというがさてリンの父親の話ではすでに死にたい白日のもとには出られないということだったが
日の下に出られないそういえば会った時はどっちも夜だったけど
He drinks blood to extend his life. He can't go outside during the day. That makes him sound completely like...
ことみねマトウ造剣は吸血鬼なのか
あれは吸血鬼というよりは吸血虫だよ性質も性格も陰湿なナメクジだ
Kotomine's tone is clipped. He must really despise the old man.
数百年も生きてるって言ったなじゃああのじいさんもマスターだったことがあるのか
いやマトウ造剣がマスターだったことはない奴はマトウ家の相談役のようなものだが何分数百年と生きた妖怪だ何か私たちが知らない方法でマスターになるという策を凝らしたのかもしれん
じゃあマスターのいなくなったキャスターと契約しているのはもしかして
さあなだが気を許していい相手ではない奴が表舞台に出てきた以上確かな賞賛があってのことだろう今回の魔頭のマスターはマキリにおける最悪の魔術王の呪語を受けているということだ
Soken said that Shinji hasn't given up. Shinji has Soken's backing. Oh! Shinji is Caster's master now? He may have lost his command spells, but the old man might give him a new servant.
参考になったマキリのご老人が動いているのならばこの異常事態もうなずける監督役として被害の拡大に備えるとしよう
Why are we so zoomed in on his grasp? Kotomine amuses himself, looking more relaxed now.
監督役ね昨日まで俺たちに隠れてマスターだった男が何を
そう言うな元より私に望みなどないランサーを得たのもより良い願望者に聖杯を与えたかっただけだそれもここまでだがなあとはマスター同士で決めることだま私的な意見を言わせてもらえばお前かリンそのどちらかに聖杯が与えられればいいと思っている
I find myself frowning. The priest sounds sincere. He doesn't want the Holy Grail. He just said to my face that he wants me or Tosaga to get it.
なんでだよ。あんただってマスターになったからには聖杯が欲しかったんだろう。
そうだな。
Nope, sorry.
望みはないが目的はあった。だがそれは聖杯で叶えるべきことではない。私の目的はそれほど真剣なものではないし、私本人が叶えても意味のないものだ。
To have fun with the world? It's meaningless if he makes it happen?
なんだよそれ。謎かけならよそでやってくれ。
老婆心のつもりなのだがな。私とお前は同じだ。明確な望みがない者同士、救いなど求めてはいない。故に少しでも早く気がつけば楽になれると思ったのだが。
Ah. I feel my heart jump in my chest. For some reason, the priest's words twist and turn in my chest like a curse.
琴峰、お前。
I fight against his sudden vertigo and glare at him. And then...
麻婆豆腐お待たせある。
Ms. Boss sets a second plate of mapo tofu on the table, followed by a third. Kotomina dips his spoon into the plate with a clink. I knew it. This guy ordered seconds in advance. Alright, some heat. Kotomine fixes me again with his oppressive gaze and asks,
食うのか?
食べない。
With a straight face, I gave him my firmest denial. I leave Taishan. Kotomine didn't look like he had anything else to say and started digging into his mappa with gusto. His mappa with gappo. When I left the restaurant, still feeling sour, he left me with one last remark.
エミヤ、私は戦いから降りた身だが、お前とリンは未だマスターだ。造剣は陰湿だぞ。せいぜい気をつけること。
A warning, I suppose, even if it sounded like he hardly cared. Interlude. Many one of these, as like things are happening in the background. A breeze enters the damp room. Two sets of footprints come from the open door. One is a hurried stomping, while the other sounds like it's being pulled along.
ほら、もう準備はできている。
There's a thud. The noise echoes through the dark, hidden room. Shinji Mato pushes the other person he roughly dragged into the room. Something is slithering and squirming on the floor. Yeah! Shinji Mato knows what they are. They're the mysterious, vile creatures that his grandfather Sulkin Mato has been breeding. Shinji pushes someone into the room full of them.
ほら、嫌なことは早く済まそう。
He speaks from atop the stairs. The chamber is full of the creature's musk. The moment any normal person steps foot into this room, they would be overcome by terror. But this person is an exception. Things shy away from the figure who just entered. Are they afraid, or just sick of his presence? The unseen monsters refuse to approach. They writhe and tremble in the perimeter around the figure.
新しい本を作ってくれよ。まだ2個残ってるはずだろ。
The presence reacts to Shinji's voice. It creaks and scratches. The darkness billows and rolls, as if eager to carry out the order.
言う通りにすればすぐ帰っていいからさ。お前だってそうしたいんだろ。
She is the master this time around, but she's making a command spell book for Shinji so that he can fight instead? There's no answer. Only the ear-grating chittering of the bugs fills the room.
いいかい？あいつとはいずれ戦うしかないんだ。 これ以上わがままを言っていると。
Then you're the one who will have to fight him, Shinji finishes. The figure trembles. They can't do that. The old man whom Shinji calls his teacher won't allow it. But the figure knows that Shinji doesn't always follow his teacher's directions. Right now, he's filled with hatred for Shiro Emiya. His mind has long since lost any patience for rejection. The old man is keeping him away from the conflict for his own safety, but to Shinji, it's an unacceptable humiliation. After a long silence, a change occurs in the room. Another figure appears in a flash of light. The creature's presence is driven from the room by her appearance. Even these vermin of low intelligence know to fear her enormous, monstrous aura.
そうそう。あとは全部僕に任せればいいんだ。
Her body is slender and supple, her hair long enough to reach the floor. Clad in a single black garment, she is a servant rider.
今一度聞きましょう。シンジ。私を刺激するのは自らの身を守るためだけですね。
She's back. In the depths of the chamber, gazing up from the bottom of the pen, the dark servant inquires.
ああ、何かと物騒だからさ。頼りになる護衛が欲しかったんだ。
Shinji, a master once again, fails to contain his delight. He's so ecstatic that he blurts out an answer which can only be a lie. Interlude out. I'm sad I didn't get a chance to play the Tokan beta this time around because I really would have liked to have gotten my hands on Spider-Man and Ghost Rider. But I'm actually more bummed that I didn't sign up for the Avatar closed alpha test. I thought it was going to be an open one. So then I was actually more interested in trying out that fighting game over Tokan. By the time I leave the Chinese restaurant, it's nearly 4 p.m. I don't have any shopping to do, so I can just go home. Still, I can't ignore what Kotomine said. Castor is still alive. Accordingly, people are still falling into comas. And on top of that, I'm surprised how well I took the news that Kotomine was a master all along. Now that I think about it, we've been at odds with each other from the moment we met. Maybe somewhere in my mind, no. On an even more primal level, I sense that we would clash with each other. Anyway, even Kotomine lost his servant, and I know he wouldn't be careless. There are 3 masters left. The Master of Assassin, who is looking at Ryodo Temple, Archer's Master, Tosuka, and... But Berserker's Master, the little girl in front of me.
なんだよ、いきなり飛びかかってきて。びっくりするだろう。
何よ、いきなりじゃないもん。さっきからずーっと呼んでるのに、シローが気づかなかっただけじゃない。
Oh. I did notice something ringing my ears for a while. Hey, this is because we hung out with her before, right? Yeah. That's good.
その、もしかして商店街からずっとか。
そうだよ。シロー、難しい顔して歩いてるんだもん。邪魔しないように後ろから呼びかけたのに、無視してどんどん進んでいっちゃうんだから。
いや、それは考え事をしてたからであって、イリアを無視したわけじゃ。
I never stopped to look at them before. But why are they like mirror posts? Like their poles are like at an angle when they come out of the ground. Like, why? They're like beds at the bottom, I should say. Is there a reason for this? Like, for it to be intentional? It has to be, right? Because both of them are like that. But still.
それに公園にだって来なかったわ。私ずっと待ってたのに。
Ah, right. We had an unsaid agreement to meet again at the park this afternoon. Can't believe I forgot, even if Kotamine needed to talk to me.
すまん、忘れてた。ごめん、リディア。
She's just been a bad person when it comes to like keeping promises. Today, Emiya.
そう簡単に許してあげないんだから。私、本当に怒ってるんだからね。
Ilya glares at me grumpily. What should I do? I missed our appointment and made her wait. Of course she'd be upset. She won't forgive me unless I show her how sincerely sorry I am, so I'll... invite her over as a guest. Yeah, because we're supposed to show her where we live anyway. Yeah? She's so happy about it. I know. She might be feeling down because I made her wait, but I still have a chance to cheer her up.
イリア、提案がある。
何よ。簡単な言葉じゃ聞かないわよ。
Yeah, let me at least like get the other choices for like the timeline. Okay. And then back to here.
何よ。簡単な言葉じゃ聞かないわよ。
Yeah. Oh, apparently this also leads to something too. Just like letting her do what she wants. Ah, that looks cute though. Okay. I feel bad about this one though.
だから言葉じゃなくて態度で謝罪する。イリア、今からうちに来ないか。それなら温かいお茶とお菓子をご馳走できるんだけど。
うちってシロのうち？
他にないだろ。今なら誰もいな。あ、いや、セイバーはいるけど絶対にイリアを襲わせない。公園じゃなくてさ、たまにはゆっくりお茶飲むのもいいんじゃないか。
確かにちょっといいかもしれない。けど、シロのうちにお邪魔していいのかな？私。
いいも悪いもない。それにほら、この前はイリアの城を見せてもらった
Yeah,
し、
exactly.
今度はこっちの番だって言っただろ。
そうだね。そう言った。
Ilya mutters, as if persuading herself. Then she looks at me again.
私、シロのうちに行っていいのかな？私は、シロとキリツグを殺しに来たのよ。その私が、シロのうちに上がっていいの？
She asks me in an emotionless voice. I can't possibly know the significance of her words. This Einsburn girl came here to kill my old man. It's the reason she's been after my life, too. I've known that for a while now. Kiritsugu betrayed the Einsburns. Then, he threw everything away to live out his days in his town. Until I became a master, I had no inkling of the sacrifices he made. I doubt Ilya can forgive Kiritsugu, and she probably sincerely means to kill me. But regardless, no. Especially because of that. I think I should invite this girl to the Emiya house.
今はマスターも何も関係ない。俺はイリアに遊びに来てほしいだけだ。
I give Ilya a straight answer. She stops breathing for a second, looking shocked. He gives me a buoyant smile and hugs my arm. We have to stop this cycle of hate.
ちょっとだけ待っててくれ、イリ
It
ア。
has to end with us,
セイバーに
Ilya.
話をつけてくれ。
I roll up my sleeves and stare at the front door.
いってらっしゃい、シロ。頑張ってね。
Ilya cheers me on with a wave. Here goes nothing. With encouragement like that, I need to do whatever it takes to convince Saber to approve this visit.
お断りします。
Yeah, that checks out. And she shoots me down within 1 second.
いや、気持ちはわかる。セイバーの言いたいことはちゃんとわかってる。
She already knows where we are, so inviting her inside is like not gonna do anything else, you know?
マスターを、しかも、バーサーカーのマスターを自分の陣地にあげるなんて自殺行為だって言うんだろ。わかってる。そのあたりはちゃんとわかってるんだ。けど、それとは別で。
いいえ、シロは分かっていません。相手はあのイリアスフィールですよ。彼女ほどのマスターなら、この屋敷の欠点などいくらでも看破できますし、結界を壊すことさえ容易でしょう。にもかかわらず、シロを自ら招き入れる。獅子心中の虫どころの話ではない。あなたは自ら毒薬を飲もうとしているのです。
いや、イリアは何もしないって約束したんだ。それにバーサーカーだって連れてないし、日が落ちるまでは戦わないって。今のイリアはただの女の子なんだから、そこまで目くじら立てることはないと思う。
性別など関係ありません。だいたいシロは私に隠れてイリアスフィールと何をしていたのですか。あなたは彼女に殺されかかったのですよ。だというのに気にかけるなど、人がいいというよりバカですか、あなたは。
Yeah, we haven't told her about any of like these like conversations with Ilya to Saber yet.
けど、話してみるとイリアだっていいやつだぞ。あの子は善悪をまだ知らないだけで、ちゃんといいことと悪いことを教えてあげればだな。
甘い。アインツベルンのマスターの言葉を信じるというのですか、シローは。かの一族は聖杯を手に入れるためだけに存在するもの。約束など何事もなかったかのように破り捨てるに決まっています。
そんなことない。今のは言い過ぎだぞ、セイバー。イリアはイリアだ。アインツベルンがどんな奴らかは知らないが、一緒にして考えるな。
確かにその通りでした。シローの発言は正しい。
セイバー、それじゃあ。
まあ、あんな小声で主張されても説得力がありませんでしたわ。
It's because of how angry she was. Is that so wrong with me?
いいです。わかりました。今のままでは令状を使われかねませんから。シローが信じたイリアスフィールを私も信じるとしましょう。
セイバ
ー。ですが私は会いませんからね。イリアスフィールと対峙して私が冷静でいられるとは限りませんし、イリアスフィールとて私を前にしては身構えるでしょう。
Yeah, that's fair enough.
ああ、そうだな。けど、それじゃあセイバーはどうするんだ？
以前使っていた客まで待機しています。万が一の時は駆けつけますから心配なさらずに。
うん、すまない、セイバー。でもこれはその。
分かっています。あなたにキリツグと聖杯戦争の関係を話したのは私だ。ならばこうなることも覚悟しておくべきだったのです。
Saber sighs and goes off to the guest room. That makes sense. Saber was Kiritsugu's servant last time. I wouldn't be surprised if she realized Ilya's relationship to Kiritsugu. Well, that brings up the question of how she remembers, right?
ってここがシローのお家なんだ。
Ilya enters the house timidly, despite her spirited greeting.
じゃあまずお茶にしよう。今に案内するからついてきてくれ。
あ、板張りの廊下だね。聞いてた通り 日本の建物だ。
Ilya gawks in every direction while she walks. Well, it must be a pretty unusual sight for her, since she lives in a castle.
はい、お茶。紅茶にしようと思ったんだが、それじゃ芸がないし、イリアのお城のものにはかなわないから日本茶にしといた。あ、苦かったら薄めるんで言ってくれ。
I hold out a second cup of hot water. I use the best green tea I have, so there shouldn't be any complaints about the flavor. It's just a matter of whether she prefers bitter or sweet tea.
ありがとう、シロ。いただきます。
Casual Ilya. Nice. Ilya sits down properly and takes a nervous sip of the tea. Ilya freezes. Figures. I went out of my way, but maybe I should have just made her milk tea or something.
ごめん、苦かっただろう。入れ直すから無理しなくていいぞ。
そんなことないよ。結構なお手前でした。
Ilya bows and compliments me in the traditional manner. I wonder where she learned to do that. Then, little by little, she starts sipping the tea. I won't stop her if that's what she wants. Along with the tea, I present a collection of well-regarded Japanese sweets that we always have with the tea. Once tea time is over, Ilya wants to explore the house.
いいけど、別に面白いことなんてないぞ。
いいの。ただ見たいだけなんだから。魔術的な価値がないのは入った時に分かったし、シロは案内してくれるだけでいいよ。
And so, I take Ilya on a walking tour of my house while she gives wedding commentary.
思ったより狭いんだね。回廊のくせに片っぽはガラスだし、これじゃあ襲われた時に困るよ。
Did you ever finish trying on that tea you bought? I have not, no. That was like something that like was just kind of hard to coordinate because that was something that I was doing with Mrs. Reef. So then with like our busy schedules, it was just like we got through like a decent chunk of it, but then after a while we just weren't able to like keep up with it and lost a lot of steam in trying them out. So yeah, we do want to just like restart it with trying them, but then we had to like change our approach because we were trying to finish like a cup of like the teas like each time, but then maybe we should just like, you know, make new tea with each of the flavors and just like taste them, you know, and not actually drink the entire thing. That's probably where we were going wrong, but we still have like all the other flavors, so that it's like fresher on our minds again, because everything came with like a pack of 2 with like the 12 flavors. For instance,
これがシロの部屋？嘘よ。こんなとこに人なんて住めないんだから。
for instance,
ここが庭？日本の魔術師は大変ね。こんな猫の額ぐらいのガーデンじゃ何も育てられないじゃない。
for instance,
知ってる。ここ道場って言うんでしょ。おじいさまが言ってたもの。連中は裸足で切り合う野蛮人だって。
thanks, Grandpa. For instance,
いや、物置の中なんて見たくない。そういうところは使用人に任せておけばいいんだから。
for instance, maybe make them all and have your family try it as well. That way you both don't have to take it on by yourselves. That is true too. Yeah. Probably the best time that we can like do that again would be over between like this Christmas holiday season, because she's used up all of her PTO at the end of this year, so she'll be home a lot. And then any of the times where I can like come home early or I'm closed on a specific day for the holiday from work, then I can also do that too. Yeah, especially since I won't have to be worrying about streaming until, like, I come back that second week of January. She sure has a lot to say about it all. Still, it looks like she's having fun.
ねえ、次はまだあっちの方行ってないよ。早く行こうしろ。
Yay, we love PTO. Yeah, exactly. Especially the paid variety, because oh boy. Don't have that at all with my job. The luxuries of a franchise. Ugh. She hurries me along.
はいはい。じゃあ次は裏側な。ここ数年使ってないから汚れてるけど気にしないでくれ。
Yeah, that is true. You also get a lot from your time, from your job too. Yeah, and that accumulates over the year. Yeah, so that can really stack up really quickly. Ooh, my neck. Okay. Yay! Ilya runs down the hallway, shouting excitedly. Damn, though. I don't know why she's so happy to be here, but that alone makes it worth the trouble. But, in the middle of it, Ilya settles down and she just looks through the rooms. Maybe she's tired. Ilya goes to the rest of the house without saying a word. I give her the remainder of the tour, and then we're back in the living room.
これで終わり。離れもあるんだけど、そっちは勘弁な。今はセイバーが寝てるから。
But behind, she looks dispirited.
そっか。これで全部なんだ。
エリア、どうした？疲れたのか？
うん。ちょっと疲れちゃった。
Ah,
だって、誰もいないんだもん。
when she turns to look at me, she looks like a little girl her age. She's just Ilya, not a master.
私、復讐に来たのに、その相手がもういないのって、悲しいね。
She murmurs to herself. Silent tears falls down her cheeks. Because it's like, what's the point of the suffering that she endured? That she, like, was subjected to? If there's, like, nothing for her to achieve now that she's here, right? What's gonna make that all worth it?
あれ、おかしいな。私泣いてるみたい。怖いことも悲しいこともなかったのに。変だよね。
Ilya looks sincerely puzzled. There's a reason, of course. The person she resented for years isn't here in this house. She came here with only vengeance and murder on her mind, and missed her chance to achieve closure. Elias von Einsberg. She has her reasons for wanting to kill me in Kiritsugu. But that would be...
行こう、シロ。そろそろ帰らないと日が暮れちゃう。夜になる前に別れないと戦いになっちゃうよ、私たち。
Ilya states that fact with a smile. What should I say to that?
あ、そうだな。じゃあ公園まで送っていこうか。
うん。シロ、ちゃんとレディーな扱い方わかってるじゃない。
Her smile is so innocent. Ilya runs to the front door like nothing happened, her silver hair swaying. And that's the third time I said farewell to her. My footsteps feel heavy on the way home. I take my time, as if walking through the familiar town and streets for the first time. I have a lot to think about, and I've been made to realize how important Ilya is to me.
親父、俺はイリアを。
Fight each other as masters? Or should I convince Ilya to quit this war?
とりわけマキリとアインツベルンの執念は深い。奴らの祈願は500年と1000年だ。
That's what Kotamine said. Is there a way to pull Ilya away from the people who have been after the Holy Grail for such a long time? No, before even that, right now, I don't know how to set her free from her desire for vengeance. I returned to the Emiya household. The sunset bathes the town in twilight.
よし、気を取り直していかないと。
I clap my cheeks to clear my mind. I have to deal with Ilya and Shinji eventually, but the top priority now is stopping Caster from attacking any more people. We should tell Saber about all this information. I won't let the tragedy of 10 years ago repeat itself. That's why I decided to be a master and fight with Saber. Sakura's shoes are at the entrance. Given the time, she must be back from club practice.
ただいまってなんだ、さくら寝ちゃってるじゃないか。
I find Sakura asleep in the living room. She must be tired from her club activities. She's slumped over the table, or rather, lying nearly supine on the tatami floor. She must be exhausted.
だよな。風邪気味だっていうのに学校と部活。おまけにうちの手伝いだもんな。さくら、頑張りすぎだ。
I cross the living room, taking care not to wake her up. Then, I bring a blanket from her bedroom.
ほら、毛布もかけないで寝たらまた風邪ひくぞ。
I gently drape it over her so as not to disturb her. And Sakura looks up dreamily at me, as if she isn't quite here. Something's different about her. You've mentioned this like 4 different times up until now. It's like she isn't the Sakura I know, who laughs and helps me in the kitchen while wearing an apron. There's something almost erotic about her that I've never seen.
さくら、毛布持ってきたけど。
I make excuses, failing utterly to hide how bothered. Failing utterly to hide how bothered I am. Suddenly, whoa! Something white coils smoothly around my neck. She's close enough to me that I can feel her breathing. Look at the arch of her back. Her fingers caress my neck, and her feminine body fills my vision, meeting no resistance. I can't breathe properly nor form a sentence. Sakura isn't fully awake. Her drowsy, almost intoxicated gaze is proof enough. So I should put a stop to this right now and pull away from her. I can't take my eyes off her body. His eyes are crazy. Yeah, he is like bugging out. I watch the way her hair flows down her neck. I'm drawn in by the yearning gas escaping her lips, by her bosom straining against her shirt. She went and grew up before I knew it, and now she's right in front of me. It's a dizzying sight. The hands around my neck grow a little firmer. Her face draws closer. My will to resist slips away, captivated by those charming lips. My rational mind skids to a halt. Everything I forbid myself from thinking or noticing, all that boring, useless common sense crumbles away. Did you ever mention like which camp you were in, by the way? When it comes to like the pairings with Shiro? Or even maybe between the girls? My heart pounds a thunder's rhythm. The beat itself palpable is almost painful. I can't think anymore. I'll just...
Shiro, 帰ってきたのですか?
Sakura can just never have her moment. But then at the same time, I think we were saved just now because something was going on with her. You know? I leap into the air. What was that? With speed and agility unlike anything I've ever achieved before, I stick the landing on the table.
素晴らしい動きです。しかしシロ、テーブルの上に乗るのはどうかと思うのですが。
Thank you, Saber.
そうだな。ちょっと気が動転してた。
I sheepishly get down from the table. As for Sakura, to be honest, I don't remember if I had a preference. How about you? I think I'm like diehard, Saber Emiya. But then like there's a very very good case between like Rin and Emiya, and then Sakura and Emiya. I'm like seeing it play out here too. But yeah, I don't know. I think like the romance out of time kind of thing just like does it for me, like especially for those two. And then the way that they kind of just like fill each other's like weakness or like emptiness, you know, from what's missing inside their lives. Yeah. The arms she had around me are splayed out on the floor, and she's fast asleep again. I wonder if I would still feel the same way if they weren't the first like relationship that I was exposed to in the story, you know? Like if we saw Sakura and Emiya get together first instead, would I feel the same way? I want to say probably, but I can never know with like this kind of stuff.
シロ、顔が真っ赤ですが、何かあったのですか？視線も落ち着かないようですし、気にかかることでも。
別に何でもない。それより道場に場所を変えよう。さくらを寝かせといてやりたいし、夕飯まで手合わせしたい。
いい心がけです、シロ。昨日の休息で私の体調も万全ですし、今夜の戦いに備えるとしましょうか。
Because Rin is really cute, but then like she like is also such a fun friend that like I feel it's better for her to like just be like the teasing like wing woman, you know, in a lot of these situations. And then Sakura is just still unfolding before my eyes, so I don't have a complete opinion quite yet of how like their relationship works, you know? But it's also hard to be just like being by each other's side for so long already, you know? Saber goes off to the dojo without questioning my suspicious behavior. Anyway, I'm safe for now. Not to resume now. Saber may not have noticed, but I'm glad that this situation didn't go on any further, because I couldn't have resisted on my own. That is, if I had laid a hand on Sakura while she was half asleep, the guilt would drive me to kill myself right here, seriously.
けど先輩、稽古もいいですけど、ほどほどにしないとダメです。突き指でも大変なのに、指の骨が折れかかるなんて普通じゃないと思います。
Yeah, I was also gonna say too, like, I feel like Shiro is just like not giving Sakura enough credit for what she wants at the end of the day. Because yeah, he's being like a good guy by like trying to be considerate and like not crossing any boundaries. But like he is like I think like doing that too hard, you know? And almost like hurting Sakura in the first place from preventing her from expressing her feelings to him.
さくら、もうちょっとゆっくり包帯巻いてくれ。頼む。
痛いのは当たり前です。こんな怪我してるのに放っておいたら腫れるに決まってるじゃないですか。これも天罰と思って諦めてください。
Sakura tapes my middle finger tightly. She does it skillfully. She probably sees a lot of sprained fingers in the Kyudo club. Still, she could be gentler about it.
それに、セーバーさんもセーバーさんです。先輩より上手なら、もう少しやりようがあるんじゃないですか？先輩、体のところどころが腫れ上がってて、これじゃお風呂にも入れません。
さくら、言葉を返しますが、それはシローが望んだことです。私はシローの要求に応えたに過ぎない。 それに今夜の怪我はシロにも責任がある。自分から手合わせを願ったというのに集中力が全くなかったのですから。
Saber looked at me, displeased. I don't have any excuse for that.
先輩、気分でも悪かったんですか？その不確かな気持ちのまま道場に入るなんて先輩らしくないですよね。
全くです。一体何に気を取られていたのですか、シロは。竹刀を握っても見ているのは空ばかりで気迫が全く感じられなかった。
いや、それはその。
Sakura was on my mind, but I obviously can't say that. The memory alone is enough to speed up my heart.
先輩、まだ痛いところがあるんですか？
Yes, ma'am. Right here. In my heart. Worried, Sakura leans in slightly.
いや、もう大丈夫だ。食いすぎで胃がもたれただけだから、お茶でも入れてくれれば助かる。
I splutter and back away from Sakura.
そうですね。それじゃあ食後のお茶入れてきます。
Sakura stands up to go to the kitchen counter. That almost gave me a heart attack. See, I wasn't too far off. It was my heart. The sight of her sleeping in the living room is still burned into my memory.
セイバーさん、
Oh!
お茶でいいですか？
So having her come so close makes me really self-conscious.
はい、ぬるめでお願いします。
Sakura briskly makes us tea. I should be used to seeing her from behind, but for some reason it feels so fresh. Damn it, where's my mind going? Saber's right, I've been acting off for a while. Just seeing Sakura is enough to remind me of her sleeping form earlier, and those soft lips. Damn, pathetic. She's precious family to me, and someone who looks up to me. Why am I seeing her this way now? Is there something wrong with that? Shit. I know damn well why. Sakura is pretty. I've noticed that for a long time. But even knowing that, I've tried to interact with her and her alone as her senpai. I like Sakura. Before I knew it, I started taking her presence for granted. It gave me comfort. Not in a romantic sense, mind you. I've never wanted to be physically intimate with her. I know she's a girl, but I wasn't conscious of her as the member of the opposite sex. Except, it isn't because I don't think she is, but rather, I was just trying not to see her that way.
先輩、どうぞお茶入りました。
I guess it is different for someone that you've known for a long time that just like you develop the feelings for, but even then, like, I think this is the wrong framing for somebody trying to deal with those feelings, you know? I don't know.
ああ、サンキュー、さくら。
Feelings are weird, they're complicated.
どういたしまして。先輩も夕食ご苦労様でした。
Sakura smiles happily. Just that is enough to cheer me up. It seems like she really enjoyed the pork meatballs with grilled veggies that I made for dinner. Sakura sets down Saber's cup of tea, then returns to her seat at the table. Saber accepts the green tea, looking content to have tea after dinner.
いただきます。しかしタイガはどうしたのでしょうね。ここのところ彼女の姿はあまり見ませんが。
ね、なあ、藤姉ならさっき連絡があって今夜は来れないって。詳しくは聞けなかったけど病院を回るとかなんとか言ってた。
そうですか。タイガはシロウのくせに詳しいですからもう少し話が聞きたかったのですが。
About what?
仕方ありません。シロウの強化は次の機会にするとしましょう。
もしかして昨日と今日の稽古はまだ序の口だったのかな、セイバー。
当然です。 今までの鍛錬は単に今のシローができることを体で知ってもらっただけですから。シローの特性を生かした生存方法を考慮するのはこれからです。
そうか、ハードっぽいなそれ。
Still gotta ask Tosuka about like magic circuits and stuff like that too.
厳しいというのであれば厳しいですが、そもそも今までの鍛錬は準備運動に過ぎません。
うわ、
Really? I don't know whether or not to be grateful to Fujine for not coming over tonight.
何ですか今のため息は。シロ、これはあなたのためになることであって。さくら。
Saber looks at Sakura. I follow her gaze. Oh, no. Sakura's breathing is labored.
Sakura!
I wonder where her like command spells are, you know? Because for Ilya, it was like her entire body, if I remember right. Rin's is on her forearm. I was like, Emiya's is on his hand. I think the same is the case for Shinji. Well, for Shinji, he has a command book. Now we don't know about like about the other masters. And they probably like similar places like the arms and hands.
先輩、何でしょうか。
バカ、なんでしょうかじゃないだろう。お前、また俺たちに黙って無理よ。
Actually, she isn't. Sakura's shoulders aren't warm. She doesn't look tired. She just stares up at me, confused.
あれ、今そのさくらが苦しそうにしてたから。
いえ、違いますよ。私、ちょっと寝ちゃってただけです。
Ryder must be fighting right now. She chuckles sheepishly.
脅かすな。昨日の今日なんだ。風がぶり返したと思っただろ。
すみません。今日は一日中眠くて、気を抜くとまぶたが落ちちゃうんです。
そっか。まあ夕方も寝てたしな。疲れてるならもう休んでいいんだぞ。後片付けは俺がやっとくから。はい、
そうですね。それじゃあお言葉に甘えて先に失礼させてもらいます。
Sakura gives me a slight bow of thanks and leaves the living room. For some reason I read that as Byakuya. It's like, whoa, maybe I'm tired too. She looks steady on her feet, so maybe she really just didn't get enough sleep last night. The moon wanes. Strong wind brings clouds that cover its pale brilliance. I step outside quietly to let Sakura rest. It's 10 p.m. We're starting our patrol early to make up for yesterday. After we beat Caster, I got complacent, and that led to more innocent casualties. If she's still alive and going after more citizens, then I need to settle this for good tonight. We go down the hill and arrive at the intersection. The question is where to go from here.
シロ、サーバントの気配です。
それ、近いのか、セイバー。
Ah. Hang on. Oh, there we go.
距離的には問題ありません。シロの足を考慮しても全力で追跡すれば5分ほどで追いつけます。マスター、指示を。
Saber's asking me whether we should pursue or observe the enemy. I don't even need to think about it.
行くぞ。先導してくれ、セイバー。
Saber starts running. It looks like she's headed east, towards the big bridge connecting Miyama and Shinto. The instant I step foot into the park, I'm assailed by a nauseating aura. The air feels tainted. A rotting odor reaches my nostrils. Just being here is enough to turn my stomach. Light dizziness and a discomfort in my throat tears at my consciousness.
シロ、あれを。
I fight down the nausea and look across the park. There, I see.
エミヤ君
Oh! Tosuka and Archer! Their backs to us, and...
どうやら新手が来たようじゃな。
that old man, Zoken Mato. One look is enough to understand the situation. Tosuka and Zoken are fighting. Dozens of small, indistinct things are scattered at Tosuka's feet. Several times their number is around Archer. Zoken must be using some kind of magecraft to attack them.
おう、誰かと思えばセーバーのマスターか。いやはや、これはしたり。助っ人を用意しておくとは当社家の娘にしては頭が回る。
そんなわけないでしょ。あんたを押さえつけて白状させるのなんて私とアーチャーだけで十分よ。あそこにいるのはただの観客。私とは関係ないんだから。
Tosuka stays focused on Zoken, not paying us a second thought. Or so I expected.
あんた何やってんのよ。こんな時にやってくるなんて死にたいの。
She hisses a fresh round of complaints at me.
シロ、
分かってる。今は遠坂たちと争ってる場合じゃない。
I feel danger from the old man, just as Tosuka won't take her eyes off of him. He's a monster that lives off human blood. A descendant of the Makiris trying to acquire the Holy Grail, and the person who made Shinji into a master. I can't just stand aside and let this fight play out.
隠しておきたかったが仕方あるまい。わしとてサーバントを2体敵に回しては生き残れんからの。
The cane in his hand rings out. With a thud, he plants his arcane-looking cane onto the brick ground. And instantly, something that should be dead appears to defend the old man.
キャスター。くそ。本当にまだ残っていやがったのか。
Poor Caster. This is such a downgrade from the husband that she had before.
シロ、下がって。あれはキャスターですが、キャスターではありません。外装能力はそのままですが、意志である魂を感じない。あれはキャスターの死骸を別のもので補っただけの模造品です。
Saber steps forward, invisible sword at the ready.
ほう、さすがはセーバー。一目でわしのからくりを見抜きおったが、いやはや、これでは信じ程度のライダーがかなわんのも道理。キャスターもなすすべなくお主に敗れたように、そこなアーチャーとてお主の敵ではあるまい。
往生はそれだけか。我らを測った罪だけではない。敵同士とはいえ、キャスターとてサーバントに選ばれた英霊だ。その亡骸をもてあそぶからには相応の覚悟があるのだろうな。
さて、わしは使われなくなったものを拾っただけよ。それを下道というのなら構わんがな、セイバー。それではお主の行く末はその下道にも劣ってしまうぞ。何しろその身は最高のサーバントならば、このようなムクロよりお主を屈服させるが最上じゃ。その体を我が虫どもに食わせ、そこなムクロと同じ命運をたどらせよ。
貴様
何を憤る。所詮サーバントなど
Archer didn't like that either.
どのように刺激するかなど問題ではあるまい。霊樹で縛られるも死してなお使われるも同じならば、心ない人形と化すがうぬらのためであろ
う。Both servants charge. As if in an unspoken agreement, Saber and Archer race forward to cut down the cackling fiend. Two bladed gusts descend upon Caster. The result was obvious from the start. Caster can't beat Saber. Even if Soken pulls her strings, her disadvantage is still clear. Unscathed by Caster's magecraft, Saber finishes off her opponent for the second time. The dead servant's husk collapses. Saber stands over Caster's remains, observing her final moments. She makes absolutely sure that Caster is gone, back from whence she came, so that her corpse would never be misused by a mortal mage. That's Tosaka's voice. I turn to see that Soken has disappeared. He must have sacrificed Caster as a distraction to aid his escape. But Saber saw it coming, was ready for Caster. Archer was never after Caster to begin with. He was focused on her puppeteer instead. Without hesitation, he cleaves through Soken's body. I don't like that. Soken's upper body crumples to the ground. Got him. Or get him. This might be backfiring though. I hear a slithering sound. The old man, missing his body from the waist down, slithers along the ground, leaking some gruesome substance.
終わりだ、魔術師。過去からの経験でな、お前のような妖物は早めに処理することにしている。
Archer's short sword cuts upward in the second arc. That'll finish Soken. No matter how immortal he is, he'll die if we crush his head. He's already on the verge of death anyway. Without natural healing abilities like those of a servant, severe wounds hasten his death by the second. Archer goes in for a killing blow to make absolutely certain the mage is dead. No. He tries to, but he freezes in his tracks. Archer isn't the only one who senses it. Everybody here does. Tosaka and Saber, Archer and I. Even the dying Soken trembles in astonishment at his sudden appearance. The part becomes inky black. The damp air freezes over it instantly. Even my pounding heart begins to slow. Something bad is nearby. I have to run. I can't be around it. My body understands this even better than my brain, but it rejects my commands to flee. It knows that running is futile. It rules out escape as an option, because there's no getting away once you run into that thing. I tremble. My paralyzed neck begins to move. My eyes track to the park entrance. There. Oh. Stands a shadow. Space twists. I like to believe I'm just hallucinating, that I'm losing my grip on reality due to extreme distress. Whatever that is, I've never seen anything like it. The shadow stands there, upright and ethereal. It seems light enough to be blown away by a breeze, but its gravity is more commanding than anything else here. It has no intellect, no reason. It isn't even a living creature. The black shadow stays where it is, piercing the night like a skyscraper. For some reason, I find the sight nostalgic. I hear a hoarse, wizened voice. The only person who manages to talk is a dying old man. This can't be the Holy Grail itself, can it? It's been destroyed one too many times, and so, like, it knows almost like its future and has decided to intervene itself? Ooh. Creepy is right. He crawls away, wailing. Zoken Mato flees from Archer's sword and leaves the park as fast as he can. It isn't because he has stamina to spare. It's simple. His wholehearted fear of the sinister shadow was enough to whip his wasted carcass into action. Nobody can move. Tosca and I tremble. Saber and Archer are frozen still, as if mesmerized by it. It's the monster of the deep sea. In a completely stopped, silent world, only the shadow sways. And for the first time, it shows signs of having a will. It has no eyes, no limbs, no body, and yet a shadow stretches out from its feet. It casts a long, long shade under the moonlight. Slowly, it turns to point at Tosaka, like a snake that just discovered prey. Tosaka can't move. She hasn't noticed a change in the shadow. Saber's too far. Archer starts running. The shadow stretches. Suddenly and without warning, it covers dozens of meters. I friendly shove her aside. I can't hear her voice. The instant I push Tosaka, something incomprehensible swallows me. Hear a splash and feel something crushing my body. So my hunch wasn't wrong. A torrent of liquid, like having a dump truck emptied on me, submerges me from head to toe. I'm in the deep ocean now. But it's hot. This is way too hot for seawater. It's boiling coal tar. It sticks to my skin, shutting me off of my basic life functions. Rather than being underwater is like... Oh. I feel nauseous. Repulse. I feel nauseous. Repulse. Nauseous. Repulse. Nauseous. At the voice, I open my eyes. My body feels hot. The nausea won't go away. My head feels woozy, and I can't even stand up on my own. I feel someone slapping my cheeks. I wasn't trying to be flippant. It's just how I feel.
バカ、何笑ってるのよ。言っとくけど、礼は言わないわよ。あんな真似は二度としないで。助けてもらった相手に死なれたら、借りを返すこともできなくなる。
She shoots me a glare. Even so, Tosaka has one hand supporting my back, while the other is holding my hand as if to check my temperature. Better call HR? On Tosaka? Unfortunately, she is the HR department, so we're kind of screwed.
あれ自身はあっちの方からやってきたみたいだけど。
Tosaka looks to the southern sky. No, the southwest, and grinds her teeth. You stepped in the shadow and I thought you fell, but you were just gone.
そうか。けど俺、随分と長く変なのに絡まってた気がするんだけど。
本当？あなたが私を突き飛ばしてから今まで10秒も経ってないわよ。その証拠に、ほら。シロ。
Saber comes running.
またあなたは無茶な真似をして。
Saber supports me on her shoulder and takes me from Tosaka.
離れなさい、アーチャーのマスター。それ以上我がマスターに近寄るのなら敵対行為とみなします。何？もしかして私も敵？ 当然でしょう。あなたはマスターでありアーチャーを連れている。何のつもりでシローがあなたをかばったかは知りませんが、みすみす我が主に近づかせることはできない。
We really are not telling Saber anything about, like, our game plans and what we've been doing in regards to the Holy Grail War. Saber glares at Tosaka. Oh no. Come to think of it, I never updated Saber on the situation.
いや、違うんだ、セイバー。遠坂とは今休戦中で、キャスターを倒すまで。
シロー、しっかり気をつけて。
だから遠坂は敵じゃない。そういう約束なんだ。
わかりました。あなたがそう言うのなら彼女とは争いません。ですから。
Poor Saber.
悪い。正直もう喋れない。
I desperately cling to consciousness as my mind strains under chills and nausea. I can pass out once I get home. Until then, I need to keep my mind together at least.
助かったか。ま、本体に触れたわけでもなし、実体のあるものなら怒りを移された程度だろう。
Archer comes over. His expression is neutral, even though he let Soken escape. He's the calmest one here.
アーチャー、あなたは今の影が何者か知っているのですか？
さてな。だがこれで一つはっきりした。キャスターなき後、町の人間から魔力を吸い上げているのは今の影だろうよ。
Archer sounds indifferent. Then, he directs his attention to me on the ground.
どうやら支援を優先できる状況ではなくなったようだ。そうだろ、エミヤシロ。あれが何であるかはお前の直感が正しい。サーバントとして召喚されたというのに、結局はあれの相手をさせられるというわけだ。
I know, right? Poor Saber seems to be the running theme of this game.
アーチャ
It's
ー、
just a sad time.
あなたは一体。
Because he would know too, that thing is probably the Holy Grail.
そうか。君はまだ守護者ではなかったな。では、あの手の類と対峙したことはなかろう。まっ
A
たく、
guardian.
いずこにいようとやることに変わりがないとはな。
The Red Knight leaves, beckoning Tosaka to go with him. But before he does,
いや、そう悲観したものではないか。まだことは起きていない。後始末にとどまるか、その前に型をつけるのか。今回は摘み取れる可能性がまだ残されている
welcome
のか。
back. Oh wait, no. I see. I see. He murmurs, gazing up at the stars. The flickering repeats. Fever permeates my body. I can't feel myself walking. Someone said something about catching a fever. Feels like mosquitoes carrying fever are spreading through my body and swarming around my fingertips. Ugh.
先輩。
In my daze, I can't distinguish dreams from reality. It's like I'm already asleep and trying my damnedest to escape from the dream back to my bedroom.
さくら、睡眠中ではなかったのですか？
どいてください。そんな支え方じゃ先輩が辛くなる。
いえ、これは私が任されたことです。それに、何らかの病だとしたら、あなたにまで移ってしまう。
そんなことを言ってるんじゃありません。セイバーさん、あなたと先輩が何をしているのかは知りません。聞いても答えてもらえないことだって分かっていますから、問いただすこともしませんでした。けど、あなたが来てから先輩は 毎日辛そうでした。それだけならよかったのに、今夜は怪我をして帰ってきたんです。
さくら、それは。
セイバーさんの事情は知りませんけど、もう少し上手いやり方があるんじゃないですか。それができないって言うなら、せめて先輩を巻き込むのはやめてください。
I'm brought back to my room. Someone's next to me, putting me to bed, I think. I think they whispered into my ear, but I couldn't make it out. Did they say they were reckless? Did they apologize to me? Anyway, that's the last thing I heard. My consciousness starts to fade as soon as I lie down. Everything I see squirms like worms until I pass out. So many interludes, man. I think after this one, this should be the end of the night, right? So we should be able to call it after this.
じゃ、まったね。明日こそ遅刻しないでよ。
She sees her friend off, an odd timbre in her farewell. No one else is around, and the traffic circle is completely still. Did her friend take the last taxi home, or are they all occupied? In any case, the park in front of the train station, usually well lit and filled with loiterers, is cold and lifeless.
ま、こんな日もあるか。
She walks home, tipsy. She doesn't mind that the last train artery left, nor that there aren't any taxis nearby. Her apartment is just around the corner. She's used to going home alone after seeing off her friend who lives in the town 3 train stops away. She walks through the middle of the roundabout, abandoned even though it isn't midnight yet, and takes the path home in high spirits. And yet, when did it all stop being just another night? An empty city. A back alley the light doesn't reach. The cold creeping out from the shadows. Some formless anxiety grates away her composure.
ちょっと、誰かいるの？
She turns around. Her follower is a silent, unfriendly shadow. She quickens her walk. She begins to think it's dangerous to be here. She doesn't think she's overreacting. She doesn't feel anyone following her. To begin with, her instincts aren't good enough to sense danger, even if someone was stalking her. She's just a normal, decent city dweller.
ちょっと、何よ、これ。
And yet, she suddenly begins to tremble. The unpleasant feeling intensifies. This is just like that one time when she was a child, when she woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't move. Feels like the anxiety of having the entire world reject her, like that night when she thought someone was lurking in the corner of her bedroom. She couldn't even get up to go to the bathroom and pretend to sleep until morning. Before she knows it, she's jogging. This isn't her usual route home. The path before her is dangerous. Either path is pitch black. Relying on the same intuition that told her she was in danger, she finds herself nearly stumbling as she runs towards safety. When did the jog become a headlong sprint? She knows that it's comical to be afraid of something she can't even see, but she can't stop. She scrambles down the street like a mad dog. It's strange how her throat is parched, yet she isn't sweating at all. The city at night. A string of unexplained accidents. She tells herself that the rumors never mentioned anything about a slasher. There's no one else around. Tonight of all nights, the streets are empty. Does no one really care? It feels like she's an imitation of the city she knows so well, in a place where no one will ever find her. At last, she comes to the end of the line.
おかしいな。どうして？
Why did she come here?
何してんだろう、私。
It's so hilarious. She belly laughs because it's funny. Her throat feels like it belongs to someone else. All she did was run. She thought that there would be no going back if she took the normal way home. So she chose a different route that would take her to a safe place. And now? Finally, she realizes that there was never any escape to begin with. Oh! Just as something can jump at you out of the grass, other things can pounce on you from the tree branches. At first, it drops on her head. Nobody hears her scream. Her body hits the pavement. There's sharp pain in her ankles. It hurts so bad it must be a joke. Like she's lost everything from the heel down. That can't possibly be true, so she tries wiggling her fingers, only to find that she can't feel anything. Instead, something is burrowing into the part of her that's missing. With bloody but still functioning eyes, she looks to see what it is. But she can't see it anymore. All she knows is that something she doesn't understand is gathering in her body. For some reason, her eyes can't process what she can see. The worms wriggle their way inside. When she was a child, she once saw a bathtub sponge infested by maggots. This looks just like that. A closer image would be inchworms squirming in the napple's holes. The realistic images don't line up with the events unfolding before her eyes. After all, this can't be happening. Not to her. It'll be midnight soon. I need to go home. Fill out the bath. Ouch. Laugh about all the stuff that happened today. It hurts. And while I dry my hair, it hurts. I'll catch up on all the shows I recorded. Go back to my room. Set my alarm. I want to go home, wake up in the morning, go home, go to work. Need to go home, go home, go home.
会社に部屋に戻りたい。戻りたいのに。どっか行け。違うって言ってるでしょ。やめてよ。お願いします。私を部屋に返してください。
The tragedy ends in less than 5 minutes. It was a gruesome scene that might be described as a meal, if one were to define meal as a simple acquisition of nutrition. The fallen thing rises. What was once a woman can only now be described as a wizened old man.
こればかりはいつになってもなれんものだな。
A hoarse voice rasps. The swarm of insects is gone. Having finished their meal, they return to their nests inside the aged body. In other words, they hollow out the inside of the woman and turned it into their own. Something witnessed it happen. Up above, a mismatched white face floats in the gaps between tree branches. It is a mask made of a human skull, locked in a gesture smile. Its owner is, of course, the seventh servant who killed Lancer, Assassin, the masterless heroic spirit born from a false servant.
器用なものだ。先ほどの体も元より借り物だったということか。
Right, Caster was preparing that the entire time. With Tojiro's body.
見ておったのか、朝日。
Kojiro.
そう
Sorry.
よ。わしの肉体はとうの昔に滅び去っておる。こうしてすでに出来上がっている体に寄生するだけの老いぼれでな。他の者どものように日の元に出られる体ではない。
That old bastard, yeah. The cackling comes from none other than Zoken Mato. Took him only minutes to attack and take over the woman. No matter how impressive a mage she is, the speed of the act was abnormal.
そうか。元の体などどうでもよい。単に一人分の肉が必要なだけなのだな。どの道中身は虫どもなのだ。人間としての機能は虫どもが果たす。まさに擬態のな。ほほう。わずか一日で饒舌になったではないか、朝日。その様では己が望みを思い出したか。
What the frick is going on? This is such a weird, like, turn for the Holy Grail War. I have no idea.
我は同じ望みを持つ召喚者にのみ呼び出される。魔術師殿の不死への渇望がこの身を招いた。
Old man was dying, so he ate an innocent
私が
woman.
望むは永遠のみ。
That's one way to put it, yeah.
だが
The black shadow sways. The expressionless skull mask eyes the old man dubiously.
いささか疑問が生じた。魔術師殿はすでに不死。その年月も500を超えよう。ならば望みはとうにかなっているのではないか。
The old mage's shoulders tremble as he raises his voice. Who can tell whether his laugh is one of joy or rage? Indeed, Zoken Mato is nearly immortal. With a body like that of a nest, he will continue to live as long as his soul's vessel remains intact. But it is a life of agony. Zoken does not maintain this old man's form out of preference. He has transformed into something inhuman, masquerading as a man. There are limits to his magecraft. It is not unlike a machine. Even if perpetual operation is possible in theory, his parts still suffer from wear. Parts rust, cogs fail to align. Programming, cognition, fails to keep up with the evolving times.
いやいや、わしは不死ではないぞ、朝日。わしの体は腐る。何度新しい肉体を得ようと腐る。何をしようと腐っていくのだ。この新しい肉体とてすでに腐敗が始まっている。
As one normally does, I guess. Yep.
生きたまま自身が腐っていくこの不快と屈辱。自らが人ではなく虫なのだと受け入れる絶望といえば分かってもらえるかな。なぜ腐る？虫どもでは真っ当な肉体を作れないのか。そのようなことはないぞ。虫どもは生きがいいからな。肉体面では何の問題もない。元より老いる体を憂いて寄生体となった身だ。肉体面の防備に抜かりはなかった。わしは永遠に生き続ける方法、人間としてとどまれる方式としてこの延命法を選んだつもりじゃ。ますますわからぬな。完全な肉体維持を選んでおいてその始末なのか。そもそもなぜ外見を老人に模す。肉を粘土のようにこねるのならいかようにも姿は変えられよう。良い質問じゃ。ではトーンが元の肉体を完全に失った者が自らの力だけでかつての自分を復元するとしよう。その場合肉体を元の形に戻すものは何だと思う？肉体は己の肉体を記録している。肌がそげ、肉が落ちようとかつての姿に戻るのは 肉体そのものに設計図があるからだ。
Right?
遺伝子に記録された構成図じゃな。だがわしの場合は違う。そも自身の構成を記録していた肉体そのものを失ったのだ。設計図をもって肉体を復元することはできぬ。その場合自己を覚え元通りの形にするものは何だと思うね。
Your descendants, right? The answer is obvious. His soul. Okay. It was obvious. I should have known. The soul is the memory of the world itself. A record of a body bound not by the physical realm's laws like the flesh, but existing on a higher plane, belonging to a concept known as the astral realm. Yes. As long as his soul is intact, it could be possible to restore one's past self, even after the loss of one's bodies, one's genes, even one's very selves. The very principle of, like, the heroic spirits, right? Meaning that this old mage...
なるほど。自身の魂だけを生かし、肉体は生きている者たちから摂取する。それが魔術師殿の不死の正体か。
Gilgamesh is kind of doing the same thing.
故に他の姿にはなれない。
But he hasn't had the need
魔
to
術師殿が存命させているものは肉体ではなく魂。故に魂以外の姿は形作れないと。
当然であろう。わしとて好き好んで老人の体を得ているわけではないわ。よいか、わしはこの姿しか作れんのだ。それも定期的に変えねば腐り落ちる不出来なものよ。かつては一度の取り替えで54年活動したわしが、今では数ヶ月に一度取り替えねば存命できぬ。その歪小さ、腐敗する苦しみが誰に理解できようか。間違えるな今代のアサシンよ。そのようなものを二度と不死と称するでない。
Frustration tinges the old mage's voice. It's been 3 days since the assassin was summoned. The killer finally knows who his summoner is.
納得がいった。つまり腐っているのは肉体ではなく、
そう、魂が腐っておる。時間の蓄積は幽体にさえ影響を及ぼすのだ。故にわしの体は腐る。構成図である魂が腐っていては肉体が腐り落ちるのも当然であろう。
故に聖杯を求めるか。憤るわけよな。その永遠、生地永久を知らぬ者より辛かろう。
そうだとも。わしの体は腐るのだ。その苦しみ、骨の髄まで侵す毒から解放されねばならん。そのための聖杯、そのための死なない体よ。そうだ、わしは死にたくない。まだ生きていたい。この世から消えてなくなるなど考えるだに恐ろしい。それから逃れるために何百年と生き、腐敗から逃れるために何千という肉を食らい続けた。わかるか、山の主よ。わしはこの虫と化した自身が恨めし、わしだけが腐ることが恨めし、人として当然のように正しい肉体を授かる虫どもが恨めしいのだ。
The white mask gazes down at the oozing, festering man. He has made very clear how much he despises humans living peaceful lives. He has recounted how this very effort to escape that peace has caused him great suffering. The mage is the cause of his own pain, of his perpetual state of decomposition melting his skin, festering his meat, and stuttering his bones as long as he lives. However, his suffering has become a problem too great to be resolved by merely assigning blame. Morality and causality are no longer relevant. At any rate, one can speculate that Soken Mato has long lost sight of his goal. An ordinary man cannot withstand the pain and terror of Soken's bodily decay for even an hour. No, it would not be possible no matter how stout one's spirit. One would die first. After a mere hour of decay, the body would die. Now imagine 200 years of this ordeal. Only the old mage could possibly know how much a human mind would deteriorate after so many years of endless decay. Soken Mato abandoned his humanity long ago. Even if he were still staying, one could conclude that he had lost his way from the moment his mentality became incomprehensible to any human on Earth.
数百年の妄念か。私には理解できぬが。
The old mage's ramblings can be summed up in a single sentence. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. This man simply does not wish to die. That alone describes how clear an idea Soken has of an otherwise vague conviction that any other man might have. In clinging to that simple, foolish wish, he has sacrificed a great many people. In sowing seeds to help him acquire the Holy Grail, he has created even more victims. Now, the old mage's very existence is founded on the sacrifice of others. And to the masked assassin, that is a motivation worthy of his service.
理解できぬが、魔術師殿はこの私のマスターにふさわしい。よかろう。人として扱われなかった者同士、共に永遠を目指すとしよう。
The skull will serve. His bleached white head dips in respect to the rotting old mage. You get both caster and now assassin too? The double deal. Alright. But ooh, that's a good place to call it for today. Yeah. Oh. Ooh, oh boy. Okay. So then there's gonna be like probably 2 more Fate streams left in this year if I decide to do one again for both, you know. That sucks. Was hoping Assassin would work him. Yeah, but then he heard what he had to say. It was like, you know what? You're not half bad, old man. And then decided to like just form a contract instead. So it sucks. But yeah. So then we'll see what the rest of this year has to hold. It's probably just gonna be like the same old because I'm not really planning anything special this year for like the Christmas holidays. Might be more like saved for New Year's instead. But again, I won't make any promises about that either. But yeah, I think I just more than anything, I just wanted to take a break because I don't think I've taken a single one really, where like I took the whole week or a week or two off from streaming. So at least compared to past like years. At least a poorly drawn Santa hat on you, surely. I could at least do that, right? Yeah. No worries. Yeah. I'll see. Because like I don't want to do another Minecraft Christmas, you know. And then if we could end up doing something else, then I would love to. But we can talk about that more probably next weekend at the start, because that'll be like the last chance to do it, right? So yeah, because I won't really have too much time to do it for whenever I can stream. It might even be like less streams than usual, but yeah. Okay, let's save and then call it here. When is the Game Awards? You're streaming that, right? If I recall correctly. It's this upcoming Thursday. It's gonna start at 7:30 my time. So then like there's no chance I'll be able to get home in time to like be able to start the stream. So then what I'm thinking is that I'll go ahead and like open the Game Award threads inside of this Discord server. In which if you want to join that, to talk about the Game Awards as it's like going live this year. I have a link to it in the bottom of my stream description. But yeah, so now go ahead and open up the thread before this weekend is over, and then I'll probably just stream it over like my POV through Discord instead of just like making it a VOD, because I'll be starting kind of like instead of like doing it like on YouTube, you know? Yeah. Regardless, have a great week. Yeah, thank you, Vivi. Yeah, because I still want to be able to like watch at least some of the Game Awards, but then it might be like mute. I won't be able to like talk, you know? Since it'll be like going on for like at least 3 hours, I think, right? So yeah, that'll be going like pretty late into the night. But alright. I guess with all that being said though, thank you for everybody who stopped by today. Thank you to all the bot watchers and lurkers, I really appreciate it. And yeah. I'll see you guys in the next stream, whenever that will be. That might be the Discord stream, honestly. But if not, then until next time. But alright. Take care, everybody. Bye.